Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here for our Joint Finance Personnel Committee. I'm Joe Moore. I'm joined by Council President Tom Nguyen and Alderman Tom Slottick. Alderman Stoyer is now here as well, so we waited for you, Mark. You bet. So I will accept a motion to adapt the agenda, but I would like to offer a quick amendment. I'd like to open the meeting with a quick presentation by the mayor and then take the Common Council, Mayor, Police, and Fire Commission as our first agenda items. Could I get a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, none are opposed. Mayor Schmidt will open the floor up to you.
Get this. They don't want to look at me this meeting.
All right.
All right, well, good afternoon, and it's an important day in the city of Green Bay as we review the proposed budget for 2018. I've put on your desks for the committee members, as well as Celestine is handing out additional copies of the budget proposal for 2018. I talked with the Chairman Moore about this, and you've seen this before, but I think it's just good that we get a framework, a timing on where we're at here in the city of Green Bay. And as I've told you, I believe that what I proposed is the right budget at the right time for the city. The priorities that we laid out for 2018, and as I said in my cover letter, really 2019. I always take a look at 2-year increments at a minimum. One is to continue all the services offered here in Green Bay. Every service we have in the city costs money. Leaf pickup, the garbage pickup, the equestrian, everything costs money. And as we evaluated the services and as we talked to neighbors and talked to quite a few of you, people like the services they have in Green Bay. And in a minute I'm going to get to the growth of the city, but when you look at why the city is growing from a property value and why it's growing from a population standpoint and from an economic development value, I think city services weigh largely into that. And it just is a priority for us to continue all services offered here in Green Bay. With that said, we need to increase the focus on road resurfacing, the rehabilitating of the railroad crossing, and improving our infrastructure. And we've talked about this for the last 2 or 3 years. As I told you, I was hopeful that the federal government was going to become a partner with us through the federal infrastructure program. The state approved their budget with not what we were looking for. And then the county, in raising their 0.5% sales tax of $30 million a year, none of that came to the city's infrastructure. So with that, that doesn't mean the priority didn't go away. We still have to increase our focus on infrastructure. I think it's important that we eliminate the residential property assessments for the road improvements. Look, especially those of you who live in neighborhoods in need of road improvements, it's expensive. I mean, just a little property I have, was $2,000. That's on Madison Street, and that's 100 years of a proposed wheel tax of $20. And I think we could be more fair about this, and it's something that I want to eliminate the assessments because I think the roads that need the most improvement are in neighborhoods where not everyone can afford to have them done, yet they need to be done. These are just 3 things. Of course, we together implemented a council-approved the 2% employee increase. We approved that last year. That takes effective October 1st, and that's for all employees with the exception of police and fire. And that's because, and the other thing I want to say is we're going to implement a council-approved, the Carlson Detman salary study. We have fewer employees than we had when I started here, but I'd like to think we have better employees, and to retain those employees and to continue to attract the talent that we need to attract here in Green Bay. we had to be competitive, not just with other governments. We needed to compete with Schreiber and Schneider, and that Carlson-Dettman study, which we studied at length at this committee, is something that we approved, we voted on, and we implemented. So we need to honor that. Of course, we have the new council approved the firefighter contract, and we feel very comfortable with that. This is a good contract for the next 2 years with a good group of people. Along with that, we implemented the council approved the police contract, and that was a significant move for this city when we said, look, we're going to be more competitive with the beginning people. We're going to incent people to stay here. A good contract which gave the chief the authority he was looking for, as well as rewarded the employees in that department. And really, I probably should have reworded this. This is to add the 2 new firefighters to the east side. That's really paramedics, right? We talk about the growth of the east side, the ambulance service on the east side, firefighters / paramedics, and the chief Litton will talk about that, but he would prefer the word paramedics in there. So with all that said, the city is facing a revenue problem this year. That's what it is. It's not expenses. These expenses that I've listed here are things that we talked about, we agreed on. The neighbors seem to like it. The businesses appreciate it. Yet we have to pay for all of these things. With that said, when you look at the 36,000 households we have here, I was looking to not have a property tax increase of more than $30. And I know people, what's $30? Well, it's $30. And the average home in Green Bay is about $136,000. If you look at a 2.5% property tax increase or 22 cents per thousand, however you want to look at it, we would keep our average property tax increase to a little less than $30 for the average Green Bay home. 3 other things in the budget that we are working on, and these are longer-term goals, yet they start in January, is the transition from community service interns to a police cadet program. This will be led by Chief Smith. We have the CSIs. We partially fund them. The enhancement, the Community Development Block Grant helps fund those. The transition is to a true cadet program. The chief will talk to you about how difficult it is to find good officers. And I think if we can home grow our own, I think that's going to be better long term, like you saw with Daryl, who's getting a lot of press lately and well deserved. Was just a kid who lived on the east side, got into the CSI program, and now is just an outstanding officer for us. And we need to do more of that homegrown development of people. I think something else we need to look at, and we'll talk to this a little bit in the public works side of it, is we talk about roads, and people drive and railroad crossing, but we can't forget that we have a lot of sidewalks in the city of Green Bay, and we need to make sure that we have a pedestrian-friendly improvement program. And some of us live in older neighborhoods, and even around the parks, I think those sidewalks could use some improvement. And as we look at that, when we get into the public works project, I've talked to the director about a little bit more of a focus on a sidewalk pedestrian improvement program. And lastly, one of the goals was to secure an additional revenue source. I started by saying, look, it's a revenue challenge we have here in the city of Green Bay, and I will be proposing the additional revenue source temporarily of a wheel tax. I think that's something that can work for us, and I'll get to that in just a minute. So this is, you've seen this, I just want to review that our total expenditures we have in the city of Green Bay last year versus my proposed is about 2.4%. The general fund increase of about 2%, of 2%. So when you look at the total revenues, half of the city's money comes from property taxes. I mean, that's about 49% of our budget comes through property taxes. And to generate that money, I'm proposing an assessed tax rate of $8.85 to $9.07, 22 cents. Back to what I said, it's 2.5%. It's so that means if you own a home in Green Bay, and just for simple math, $885 on a $100,000 home, your taxes will go to $907 for a $100,000 home. So some of us, it would be double that. But again, I want to go back to the police, fire contracts, to the emphasis that we're going to put on continuing our quality services. This next slide is in your packet, just shows you really the priorities of the budget. I don't like saying that because we have so many different departments here in Green Bay, but the reason I put this in here just shows you that police, fire, and public works, I mean, that's where it's at, right? 23.8% of our money, 21%, 17.5%. So you take a dollar bill and you look at where does that money go. I mean, the majority of it is police, fire, and public works, and rightfully so. That's what government should be their priorities. We here in Green Bay like to do more than that, and but that just shows you the expenses, or the percent. This next slide, and again, just shows you the 5-year history. So when you look at, what we're doing as a city council, I think mayor's office, the law department, and it shows you over the last 5 years the activity within that specific department, and you can see how obviously we spike in elections given there's primaries in a lot of elections in 2018 where we didn't experience that in 2017 or 2014. Here, again, this was just a pie chart that shows you where our money goes, and it's almost 70% is the salaries and the benefits our employees deserve. I know people talk about, let's not buy this truck. Well, yeah, that's an expense, but the guy or the lady driving the truck is where our cost is. So I just put this on here to remind you that this is an industry, unlike the industry I came from, which was much more, we were in converting, which was a lot more material focused. This is much more labor intensive here in the city of Green Bay, and we respect that and want to take care of the people who make the city work. This slide just shows you, and again, we've seen this every year, but there's good news in this, in that when you look from where we're at in 2011, from our property, right? The city of Green Bay was worth $5.2 billion, and now is worth 6.3 or 6.2. That's good growth, and that growth comes from value. And there are communities that have graphs going the other way, not only in population but in property value. And we should take some comfort in the fact that the property value in our city is growing. We haven't annexed anyone. The growth has been through redevelopment, through new development, and from just having a healthier community. So I've talked to some of you about assessed tax rates, and look, it's dangerous to compare apples and oranges. It just is not it's just not a healthy way to look at things. And we are a city. I mean, we are the city of Green Bay. We're the third largest city in the state. When you run a city, you have amenities that no suburb or no smaller community is going to have. Yet with that, you have challenges and expenses that no smaller community or suburb is going to have, be it aging trees, or be it a more challenged population, or they just did 450 miles of roads versus a smaller area. But when we look at how we compete and when we recruit businesses, we feel competitive, right, when we're looking at Green Bay versus other cities in the state, and therefore we think that's important to have. Now, let's talk about the revenue source of a wheel tax and what this would do for us. The wheel tax eliminates the residential special assessments for pavement improvements. And like I said, I think the average for the city is close to $2,000. So on a 20-year one-car wheel tax, that's 100 years. And I think roads, and many of you have made a good point, that roads are used by everyone, and that might be a good way of proper assessments so that we can up our game on the road improvements and some of the other things I talked about earlier. This does invest in our roads and infrastructure. The $20 per vehicle wheel tax is vehicles under 8,000 pounds gross weight. That's kind of told to us by the state. I know at the neighborhood meeting last week, people talked about the antique cars. I understand that that's exempt as well. So when we proposed this, we felt it was pretty acceptable. And then the uses. I mean, people talk about the uses of the wheel tax, segregated of funds. They didn't want intermingling of funds, and I respect that and appreciate that. So with that, the June 14th memo that was penned by Director Grenier, and you've received that a number of times, is the use of the wheel tax with a sunset provision that we would amend that to 4 years. I think that gives us $8 million of revenue to focus on what is in the memo that you received. And again, I think to assure the wheel tax is allocated into a separate account, we need to offset the expenses. And therefore, the department capital requests will be moved into bonding. This is a combination of city equipment, replacement equipment, and new equipment. And that allows us to keep the tax rate of 907 and implement the wheel tax funding scenarios and uses memo. And that's what I'm proposing. That's what I'm happy to talk about this evening along with the other department heads. And with that, I think we can proceed.
Trying to clear the board here. All right, first I'm just going to ask if there's any questions of the mayor from the committee. Okay, we'll go to the audience. Alderman Zima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a question that has to be resolved before we even consider anything about a wheel tax is, as you know, the board made a policy, or council made a policy issue, vote on this a month or two back, and it was voted down. I don't know about the legality of sticking a revenue into a budget of an issue that has already been resolved, and that idea was defeated at that time. We had a similar situation some years ago at the county level where the executive was trying to put different things into the budget that had not been passed on previously or had been passed on contrarily. So I really would like some legal interpretation of whether that's even thinkable in our budget. How can we vote it down and he puts it in as a revenue? It strikes me as really stepping on the legislative prerogatives. I mean, no one reconsidered it. Nobody made a decision that, yeah, we should enact one. So where does administration, which is supposed to be following our policies, how can they make policy by putting it in the budget? I think it's totally over the top.
We'll ask and get an answer. Mr. Your Honor. There you go.
A couple things. One is that the proposal, when discussed with some of the elder people, as well as constituents, the sunset is something new. I also ended with how it is allocated to assure it's in a segregated account. So this is something I've talked about 2 months ago that I was bringing this back. The Press Gazette supported it. Not that that makes a difference, but this is a different proposal than just the standalone that we had. There were some concerns by some of the elders that said, look, if you can do this, I think that would be something to take a look at. So, I mean, it's here. You're going to vote on the budget. The council's going to take it up. I mean, this is a committee meeting, and I respectfully move ahead with what I proposed, knowing that it is legal. Nobody's sticking anybody with anything.
Well, I don't find that as a legal response at all. But, you know, Mr. Chairman, it's such a can of worms that, oh, we're going to have a wheel tax for 4 years and maybe it'll continue. So let me see, who gets in line first to get the big assessment taken care of just for a $20 or $40 wheel tax, and then who's going to have to pay for it later on? I mean, it seems to me it's an all or nothing proposition that we already said no to, and it has not been brought up again. And this is not significantly enough different. In fact, just adding on a sunset clause doesn't mean really anything. I think this is, I don't think this is, it's interfering with our policymaking prerogatives. Was I speaking, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Alderman Zima.
But anyway, a lot of people have been talking about it, and they say, hey, didn't you vote that down? Now they're bringing it back up in the budget? Really? Well, I know we have rules intact over at the county. I don't know if we have any rules here, but anything that's going to be substantially changed has to be brought up and vetted at a committee level prior to it happening. There was no communication. The mayor, I guess he's just not satisfied with the vote, and I don't think he has a prerogative to put this in the budget. And of course, it's like, oh, he puts it in the budget, and if you take it out, you got to raise the taxes, say the implication. We made this decision, and there's no reason why there should be in here. It should be struck from his budget.
Thank you, Alderman Zima. I would say that this is the committee, and this is a proposal that has been brought to the committee. So I think that it's going through the proper procedures. And I think that, you know, we'll end up making that decision and making a recommendation to council, and then at council is, you know, where we can either put it back in or pull it back out. So I think it's following the correct procedure. We've had several things that have been shot down in the past that have been brought forward simply by changing the language of the motion for discussion's terms. We've done that in the past as council members. So I don't have a problem with it being at the committee. Okay.
I think the public is a little tired of the machinations that goes on. In other words, we don't stick you this way, we'll stick you this way tomorrow. And it's just, I hope the council just stands by its policy issue. There's no communication here tonight from anybody on the council for this wheel tax to be discussed as a policy matter that would be referred to council. This is the budget hearing.
Right.
This is not somebody. We're not receiving communications for consideration.
Sure. Alderman Zima, I'm going to take the floor back here. There is nothing in the budget that has wheel tax. I'm sure you went through this and saw that there is not $2 million in this budget.
It's in the revenue line.
So,
There's $2 million worth of revenue.
Yeah, it's in the revenue line.
well, we need to add that, and we need to make amendments if we're going to do that on the expenses throughout the budget as well. So, I mean, there's a little process we have to go through here to make this something that's valid. Your Honor?
Are you asking me? Since I authored the budget, is that a fact? The answer is yes.
So
Continue.
the revenue is not in the budget right now.
The Alderman, did you see my presentation?
Well, let's just ask.
Why did he see my presentation? Because it was the last slide. Did he came in? Did he see it? Then why is he asking again? He knows the answer.
I was just here. Just came in.
Okay.
You didn't see it?
About 10 after.
Did you hand him a copy that you just sent? There.
No, I didn't see it.
All right.
Simple enough question is that your understanding that the wheel tax revenue is not in the budget?
Okay, if you would go to
I am
page,
in the miscellaneous revenues right now on page 159. And I fail to see a $2 million line on this page. So unless we have different budget books.
we, right, we have the
It's
$2
on
million.
Look at 215.
215? 216. Yes, there is a $2 million revenue in here,
Right.
216.
Mr. Chairman, I
Okay.
guess it is in here.
It is, but like I said, to assure the wheel tax is allocated to a separate account, we need to offset the expenses. Therefore, department capital request will be moved to the bonding. This is a combination of city equipment usage, equipment replacement, new equipment. This allows us to fund the wheels tax, the wheel tax revenue that will come in and will be used then to, when we do bonding for the equipment, will offset the expenses that we'll use for the items listed in the memo of June 14th.
Are you going to deal with this as a separate item, Mr. Chairman?
The idea would be that we would run through this budget book line by line like we typically do, and then when we get to the line with that revenue, then that's when we would address it.
I think it would be good for you to discuss it
Okay.
prior because it makes a big difference. I think that's a big policy issue too.
Okay.
One second. Alderman Stoyer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mayor, I was going to ask you, there are other communities in Brown County that, don't have, I don't think any community has a wheel tax that I know of. I guess the question I have is, over time, couldn't we have bonded for road improvements over the last 5, 7, 10 years, as part of the budget? I guess that was the question I had. I know it's tough now with the state because the governor's saying one thing, the legislature is saying something else. We've been kind of relying on the state a little bit, and we haven't been able to get what we need from them. I don't know if we ever will. So I realize what you're doing here in that sense, but I guess I just wanted to know why we haven't, bonded for road improvements, or, if you can explain that over the last number of years.
That's been proposed, has gone through this committee, as well as approved by the council. It's been 15 years, many have been unanimous, so I don't know how to go back in time, but I tell you, going forward, we need to do it. So, I know.
I'm just saying that, moving forward, if that's something that we could really consider, because, and that's the point I wanted to make. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I will be at the mercy of the committee on here. If the committee chooses to take up the wheel tax at this time, I would ask for a motion and second to take that item up, and we can then begin discussion and determine what we want to do with that.
So we might take it up now.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Could we knock out the two? I have to be somewhere at 4:30. I'd like to be
Right,
part of this
right.
conversation. So if I could knock out these two budgets, or do you want to do this? I don't know how long it's going to take, but I did.
You'd like to take out yours first.
All right, let's take the common council, because I'm responsible for that, and the mayor's budget. and then we
Okay,
can-
yep.
All right.
We'll continue with the agenda, Your Honor. We have our first three items on here: Common Council, Mayor, Police, and Fire Commission.
All right. So
This
as
begins on page 14.
stated in the budget, the common council, which I'm part of, has an increase of about 5.5%. This is mainly due to the fact that half of you take some health benefits from the city. There's been an increase there, as well as the salaries for the budget. So that's really nothing major in that budget that has a lot of room. And it's something that I'm recommending that we continue with. And I would recommend we approve the city council budget at 209,069.
Is there any discussion from the committee? Alderman Stoyer.
Your Honor, I just was going to ask, I looked through a number of these pages, and there's a number of the departments that have monies for conferences and training and such, and I'm just wondering what your thought is on that. I'm just looking at the fact that we have zero. We in the council have to rely often on ourselves for things, and I'm just wondering if you've put some thought into that we all need training, we all need understanding, we all need a chance to travel if need be. So I just wanted to throw that out.
In the budget of municipalities, which is statewide. That recommendation, I would be happy to address that.
I would refer to the council too on that too, because many times there are certain issues that come up, and many times we have to dig ourselves. We have to do the digging, and it's fine. It's part of the job. But I think there are times where we on council would like to see a little more support, and if we had some of that, I think that would be helpful. So I don't know if anybody else.
Any other discussion from the committee? I have one item. Let's see if this will fly. I'm going to make a motion that we reduce the health insurance and dental insurance benefits to zero and eliminate those benefits for the city council for a savings of $19,483.
I'll second.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion from the committee? Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
And that fails on a 2-2.
Anything else?
And we need a motion and second then to approve the.
Go ahead. If you want to, now's the time.
Well, Your Honor, I was just going to ask about that, if there's a way that we could put a little bit into the budget for that. I don't really have a number, because we're all different. We all have different needs that way.
Would you like to allocate $500 for council members of the $6,000? The conferences, Alderman Dwayne and I have been to conferences when they're here in the city. The last one was in Appleton. I don't, this is new to me, but I'm happy to support something.
Even if it's something for now, we can always build on it over time. So $500? No,
$6,500
per. I wasn't thinking that high myself. And as chances are, it may not be used. I was thinking more in city conferences, maybe a half a day travel, that type of thing. I defer. Tom, could you help me on this as far as over your tenure, if you thought that we should have a little?
No, we've never done it before. We
Is that
never had
something
anything in
that-
there before.
You think it's important? Or?
It's important if someone wants to go, but usually it's on his own dime.
Okay.
I mean, I've never done it myself.
If anybody else can chime in on that, I'd appreciate it. I
mean, if you want to do miles or something like that, but how do you know what that's going to be? I know the county will pay for
Alderman.
miles for that.
Alderman Nennick.
Years ago, there was a travel and training budget for council members. I think it was about $2,000 total at that point. And one year that was taken out in the budget process and was never put back. And, I've been to some of these conferences, like the League of Municipalities conference. And it is a little embarrassing that, you have people from smaller municipalities and municipalities throughout the state. But, the conference was held in Appleton, and City of Green Bay Common Council did not have representation there. And there are things there that you can learn and bring back and share with your colleagues. So, I guess if you want to throw out a number, I'd say a couple $1,000s.
I mean, I like
Alderman
that.
Sawyer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I like that concept. I mean, it could be decided amongst the council members if, Alderman Scannell wanted to go to something, we could say, that's fine. We could agree. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It doesn't have to be the vice president or president. But I agree with Alderman Nenning that we should have something. And so I would make a motion to add 2,000 to that budget.
We have a motion to add $2,000 for training and travel to the city council budget. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
And we have a second. Is there any more discussion from the committee?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Sladek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's unnecessary. We have not had it in the years I've been on the council. And when I was first elected, we did go to some training from the League of Municipalities, and somehow the mayor's department funded that. So I think for the small needs that we have, there's ample funding, available through other processes, and we don't have to add it to this budget.
Thank you, Alderman Sladek. I would also say that I think that a process is in place if we need to expend something, and that there are monies available, whether it be through human resources or whether it be through the contingency fund. I wouldn't support adding this to the budget at this time. Is there any other discussion from, sorry. Alderman Steuer, did you want to speak again?
Like I said, I'm just looking at where that could be taken from. So if you're saying that there are some things in place already that would allow that, then I would say I'll be fine with that. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. Is there any other action anybody would like to take on the common council portion of the budget? Yes, Alderman Zima.
Mr. Chairman, there is, years ago, there was the council had some help. Mr. Nennig was one time the assistant to the mayor and also the common council. And, I see that there is a line item for materials and supplies. I had the experience of asking for copies for a committee meeting, and I was billed for it. And the bill was eventually withdrawn, but is this material and supply account, is that to cover things like copying and things like that? Or I see that it was reduced to half of what it was last year. Maybe it wasn't used very much. I don't know. It looks like the actual was only a couple $100, but these things are things that vary depending on what the situation is. But what resources do the council have? I'm sensitive to what Mr. Steuer was talking about. We have no resources. We have no secretary. We have no, I guess we have some supplies here, whatever that means. But I don't know if it should be reduced to half of what it was budgeted last year.
Your Honor, can you address what the material and supplies is referring to?
I think it was because of a usage.
Yeah, so it wasn't being used,
It wasn't being used, so,
diminished.
but well, you did.
What is that line item for?
I mean, are we talking like name placards and things like that? And, I know we got nice fancy name tags this year. I mean, where did that come from?
Business cards.
2017, yes, it was 12 name plaques, 1.5 inch by 3 inch, and there was $17 a piece, and came up with $203. So that is what Curly spent this year. That office supply.
I think we had business cards too for some the year before.
Okay. Sir, Alderman Zima, do you have a proposal on that item, or are you satisfied?
I just saw it was cut in half, and I thought maybe it should remain what it was. We don't know what it'll be, but this is a small item, of course. It's maybe not worth discussion, but it's diminishing what little resources we have.
It does make sense that with an election in April and some potential turnover that we could see, like the 2016 in the last election, we did surpass the, nearly $375. So I certainly wouldn't be opposed. And it is minimal. It's not really going to affect the mill rate all that much to add $100 and $150 to it. We got to print new business cards, and I would make that motion that we add $150 to the material and supplies portion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. We have one amendment.
In the advertising, could we have just breakdown? I mean, it looks like we've used about 37,000. Is the council charged with notices in the paper, or I guess I'm wondering what that is.
Celestine or Your Honor, who would want to address that?
That is, yeah, those are all newspaper. Get harder in getting information there, so I think.
Well, I guess I'm wondering why is that in the council budget?
If you want to move it to a different budget, that's fine, it's just it isn't a fact, it's money, wherever you want to put it, that's all that.
Is that the 61,000? Is that the state mandated fee that we approve every year?
Yes.
Well, I mean, maybe it belongs in the clerk's budget. I mean, it doesn't belong in the council budget, for heaven's sakes. So I don't know, it should be moved somewhere, makes it look like our budget.
Miscellaneous.
Looks like it's pushing our budget up, so.
If I could just ask the city clerk if she would be opposed to having the advertising budget transferred to the clerk's budget. It is. It's just transferring the paperwork.
Right.
Okay.
Well, all I'm saying is that I don't think it belongs in the council. It makes our budget look bigger like we're using it somehow. That has nothing to do with us.
Okay. Is there a motion to move it, or are we okay with it just being where it's at?
I'll just make a motion, let's make it officially done. I'll make a motion to move to clerk's office.
A motion and a second to transfer the $60,000 from line 53004 advertising to the clerk's budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay. Is there anything else on this portion of the budget? Motion and second to approve the council agenda as it has been amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay. And we'll go to the mayor's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mayor's budget, as proposed, includes my position, as well as the chief of staff, the executive secretary, and the receptionist are all part of the mayor's budget. It is 3.19 employees. Everyone is getting their agreed upon the raises and step increases, of course, with the exception of me. And that salary plus the benefit package, everything else is pretty much status quo. The increase in the budget, as you see before you, is 2.5%, and I would recommend approval.
Is there any discussion on this from the committee? Yes, Alderman Steuer.
Thank you. Well, Mayor, I know your salary hasn't gone up over quite a few years, and that, was a choice somewhat. And I still think it, we're looking at the position itself, how important that is over time to stay comparable. So I don't know if this is the time or place to even talk about it. I know we've talked about this in the past, Chair, and I don't know if we just get through this budget and deal with it at another time.
You need to put it, if you're gonna change it, you need to do it now.
Yeah, well. Joe, do you have?
Alderman Steuer, I would say there's nothing sitting in any committee right now. I mean, I know that we had taken a look at changing from a strong mayor system. We had a presentation on that. No action's been taken. There's nothing pending. So if you would want to make a motion here to increase the salary, I guess I would ask our HR department what, they would consider as a.
That's all that is said prior to the next, it's only for the next term.
It's really not next year, it's the next term.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in this agenda because it wouldn't be effective until, it wouldn't be effective till April 2019 regardless.
She was just gonna tell us that doesn't
Yep.
affect.
Alderman Stoyer, I would just suggest you bring that forward as a separate communication. We'll take it before the committee. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the mayor's budget?
Move approval.
I have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Great. And then we'll take Police and Fire Commission right away on the next page here. Page 22. Is there any discussion regarding this budget?
I move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none are opposed. Great. Okay, thank you, Mayor, and enjoy ribbon cutting.
Administration, is that what we're doing?
We're going to go to Parks, Rec, and Forestry, which is on page 132 of our budget books. Yes, I guess. Okay, do we have a motion on the floor? I think we had a motion on the floor that we did not take action on to address the wheel tax as our first agenda item. So with a motion and a second, to amend the agenda to take the wheel tax, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. Okay. Wheel tax is on page 216 is where the revenue is. And I think we just need to take action on whether or not it's going to be staying here.
Chairman,
Discussion from the committee.
I'll make a motion to eliminate it. I don't have nothing to say about that, just make a motion to eliminate it from the budget.
Okay, eliminating the line item. Okay, I have a motion to eliminate the line item from the budget. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And we have a second. I would like to just discuss on this. So we have a motion and a second. Is there, now this is putting a $2 million shortfall on the budget right now as it stands by pulling this item. So is there any counteractive moves that you would want to make at this point that would increase a revenue or cut another expense?
I think you do that as we go along, as we go along and we figure it out. Discuss it at the end.
Cut $2 million? Yes, Alderman Zima?
The mayor put this in. He added it to a revenue. It's not to be discussed of whether we take it out of somewhere else or not. You handle the budget.
I'll handle the budget as I see fit as the
Well,
chair.
you-
So
you-
thank
you
you
do the
for your
budget.
input, Alderman Zima.
Just a
but we will
second, I'm not
continue.
quite done. I think you misunderstood what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, go ahead.
We go through the budget, and we handle every department, and we add and subtract to it accordingly of what we think is right for the city of Green Bay. The mayor presented a budget, and he threw $2 million in here that he, in my opinion, he didn't have a right to, because we have never passed this. We have defeated this idea. So if you take it out, you take it out, and then you deal with your budget as you go along. And you handle each and every single thing with your best effort to set a estimate of what you think is needed to do what you think is needed. So, but I mean, this was arbitrarily added. And without the.
This wasn't arbitrarily added.
Your Honor, Alderman Zima's got the floor. I understand. Alderman Zima's got the
Does
floor.
this
Your
guy
Honor.
get to interrupt whenever he wants? I don't know. I just, it's a little bit,
Continue, Alderman Zima.
well, it was arbitrarily added. He put into the budget what he wanted to, and he added it. We got to decide whether we want to impose a wheel tax or not, yes or no. And of course, if we say yes, well, then it remains. If we say no, it doesn't remain. Pure and simple. The rest of the budget, we got to handle it as we see fit, as you folks recommend to the city council for its final.
We have to balance our budget. We have to balance our budget. So you can't just take out $2 million and willy-nilly move on.
Balance our budget, we,
Revenues equals
Ah,
expenses.
yeah, well,
Mr. Chairman,
We do have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to go on to Alderman Slotnick here for discussion.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would seem to me like somewhere in the DPW budget is the expenditure of that $2 million. So we have to deal with it there. So we could either suspend this and deal with it all when we deal with the DPW budget, or if we act on it now, we're still gonna have to deal with adjusting expenditures at that point.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, the wheel tax revenues is a separate account. The offsetting expenses are capital improvements of $2 million. I provided that list, which would be moved to the bonding in March or April. When we bond, because the wheel tax money will not be here January 1st, when we bond for that money and the wheel tax revenue comes in, that will offset the capital equipment so that we can have a segregated fund for the wheel tax and restabilize our capital equipment.
I don't understand.
That is another little bit of that's why this isn't the same thing I brought in in June. There are some differences, but this does affect the budget. I mean, don't kid yourself that we can just eliminate this or increase expenses $2 million. We need to show the taxpayers we have a balanced budget, as we've done the last 15 years.
All due respect, Mr. Chairman, when you get to the Public Works budget, in all due respect, when you get to the Public Works budget, you can add or subtract from it. And of course, if you don't increase it, then it would have to be bonded for, pure and simple. So one way or the other. But it's just different ways of doing things.
Right.
But I think you can make a motion to take this out without having anything corresponding at this point in time.
And we do have that motion and second on the floor. I was just asking for discussion if there were any counteractive measures anybody wanted to take while we're doing that. And I would just point out the Public Works budget only had a $398,000 increase over previous year, so finding $2 million out of the Public Works budget.
Well, you aren't
seem
going to do
right.
it.
Alderperson Dorf.
So I'd have a question, a clarification. So if the committee here votes this out of the budget, and then can we next week make a motion to put it back into the budget? And if that's the case, then why aren't we waiting till next week to discuss this? Because we will just discuss this all over again next week. Because I can assure you, I will be making a motion to put it back in if that's legal to do that. So I just want to throw that out there and first of all find out, is that something that can be done next week at the city council meeting?
I guess I would ask our legal on this. We put anything in throughout. but-
Point of information
correct.
for
This-
Alderperson Dorf, it's just, this is a recommendation. We try to get everything possible done at this committee so we don't have to discuss it. Obviously, it doesn't work that way. Come next Tuesday, people will be talking to other people, department heads, and they'll want to put something back in, so yes, but you can still do this next Tuesday.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second on the floor to eliminate the $2 million as a revenue on page 216. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Nay. And that passes 3-1 to eliminate that $2 million revenue. All right, with that action having been taken, we are going to start the agenda in its earnest here with our Parks, Rec, and Forestry Department. This is page 132 of your budget books. Yep. It's okay. I understand, Alderman Zima. I had two questions on here. Ms. Kramer, first, for building repairs on line 55201. I know that has historically been $10,000. Are there scheduled repairs in 2018 that would require a $10,000 increase?
I think it's a boiler page.
This is on page 142. of the budget, and the line is 55201 at the bottom of the page. And it's a 100% increase from 10,000 to 20,000, and I'm just wondering if there's something specific the additional 10,000 is being used for.
Yes. What we're doing with this extra 10,000 is we need $10,000 to replace our boilers. So they're 5,000 apiece, and this is just to repair them. You know, if we had to buy new boilers, they would cost about $200,000 apiece.
In 2019, then, would we expect that to come back to our standard budget? Of course, unless another one-time expense were to come up. Okay, and then the only other question I had is regarding the chemicals contract and forestry, and I just wanted to confirm, is that for the combating of the emerald ash borer, or is that a something different there? We have about a $15,000 increase from projected to our 2018 request.
Chemicals, he's looking at hang on one second.
And I'm sorry, this is page 150.
150, okay.
Number 54074.
Yes.
Okay,
Item 54074 on page 150.
right. This is an increase for the EAB chemical.
Okay.
If you know, right now, we're not just in sections with EAB, we have EAB throughout the whole city now. And
Right.
so we're looking to do 285 more trees.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee on this budget? Alderman Duane?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Donnie, for Wildlife Sanctuary, it looks like we moved our director to a superintendent, and it's in the organization, and looks like they might have less duties, and I'm wondering if that was adjusted to this. It looks like it still stayed the same.
Plan, they decided just to take the title of director and just make it superintendent to make it consistent with other employees. What we're doing right now is we're studying that. We don't have a determination of what that will result in, and I wouldn't be able to address that until I know what the results of the investigation were.
Okay, so there's nothing right now.
There's-
Okay.
Would this be a communication that needs to come before personnel for a pay study on that position? Or is that already being done, Director Kramer?
If we decide to reorganize and what that looks like, we haven't determined that yet because we're still waiting for information to be able to do that, then it would come to personnel.
Okay. Alderman Duane?
Yeah, Mr. Fields, being our HR director now, have you looked into this position? And his duties and their duties?
We have currently been looking into it, but nothing's been finalized yet. It's still ongoing. So we would have to, like Donnie said, bring forth the communication and reevaluate it down the road. But nothing's set as of now.
Okay, you didn't, his duties haven't changed, or?
Been working with some restructuring, but nothing is permanent at this time. So nothing's permanent. There's no timetable at this time.
All right. Is there any other discussion from the committee?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Slottick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to discuss the seasonal salaries line under Triangle Hills budget. That'd be 50003. Pardon me? Page is 144. And Director Kramer, I'm noting on that line that we spent $11,000 in 2015 and $15,000 in 2016. For reasons I can't recall, the budget for this year was jacked up to $26,000, but spending year-to-date has only been $5,500. So I don't understand the need to budget $24,000 for next year.
In seasonal salaries for Triangle, in 2016, we spent $15,159, and that was a really low season. we were barely open. So again, we're pretty much weather dependent, and we took the last 3 years that we had and kind of averaged it out.
But the year prior in 2015 was $11,000. 2014 was $19,800. So if I take those 3 years and average them, I don't come anywhere close to 23.8.
Well, if you look, we already cut $2,100 from the 2017 budget.
I understand that. I
Okay.
don't, I'm not trying to defend the 2017 budget. I don't understand why it went up the way it did. I'm just trying to find a rationale for a budget for next year of 23.8, when the highest we've spent on this is just over 15, or I guess just under 20.
Okay. Whatever.
Alderman Slotnick, are you proposing any kind of an amendment to this item?
Yes, I would propose that that budget number be adjusted to $20,000.
I have a motion. I have a motion to reduce the seasonal salaries from 23,860 to 20,000. Is there a second? I'll second it for discussion. Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Chair. Donnie, we talked a little bit about this too, and I think you were mentioning that with some of the seasonal salaries, that what happened is with some of the employees that you've brought on board, that even just raising it $1 an hour over time has really increased the pool of workers that have stayed and worked well. So would you say that if you cut it to 20,000, would that affect it quite a bit for you, or do you feel that we're still in that good position as far as that $1 an hour raise?
What happened with the seasonal salaries? If you recall, last year we did raise them in the step plan. This year we were supposed to give a 50-cent increase to every pay plan and every seasonal salary, but we did not include that in this year's budget because of being such a tight budget. So to answer your question, though, Alderman Stoyer, yes, I think we could try it. We can try it, and if we can't, we blow it, we come back.
Sacrifice on that, because you've worked hard to at least get to this point for these seasonal workers. So I'm concerned about that. You're okay with it, though? Oh, no, I'm just talking to Donnie. Okay, that's all I have right now.
Alderman Dwayne? Okay, Alderman Dwayne?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to support that. Donnie, with all these rides we keep approving and stuff like that, how are you going to maintain all these if you're going to keep making cuts? I mean, it's already lower than your 2017 original budget. It doesn't seem logical to me. I mean, am I seeing something wrong? I mean,
It's Triangle Hill, not Bay Beach.
I thought you said seasonal salaries.
On Triangle Hill.
It's a triangle.
I'm looking at that now. Okay, 25,960 for 2017 budget though, was that? That's what you needed to run that triangle, correct? Yeah, okay.
Okay, is there any other discussion from the committee? Anybody on the floor? So we'll take action on this. All in favor of the reduction, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Nay at this time, and I think we have some time for some more discussion before the council meeting on this. Okay. Is there any other discussion regarding the Parks, Rec, and Forestry budget? Yes, Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. After talking with Donnie on a few things, and I'm going to bring it up. You mentioned that you took out $53,000 voluntarily out of your budget, which I commend you for. But the city asked you to take another $150,000 out, and that covers a mower, which is $63,000, and a chipper, $82,000. Now I just need to hear again that you do not need these, or is it something that, because I remember last year in the budget with the forestry, you know, we've wrangled quite a bit to get a lift truck that would keep the crews safe. So I'm just wondering, will this compromise your ability to do the position or the job? I'm looking at this from the forestry standpoint, correct? So I just need to hear from you again that you do not need that mower and you don't need the chipper.
The chipper in particularly would be needed. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to increase the loads that we can do it and faster we can get it done. We have 3 chippers. One of them you gave us last year in the budget, and 2 other ones. One is in pretty rough shape. And that's why we're going to try to get this one put in so that we'd have one that would be more functional and more available for us and allow us to do more work. On the lawnmower, of course, we could always use it, but if we can't get it and we have to go another year, we'll be ready to do that.
Is that something you would ask for in the budget next year?
Correct. Correct.
I guess I just needed to hear when $150,000 was directed to cut your budget. Was it just an arbitrary number, or was this something that was studied? Okay, and you had to just decide what you had to take out? Okay. Well, I'll defer to Tom.
Are you gonna make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to, you sound like the chipper is needed yet. I'd like to keep that in the budget. That'd be my motion.
You gotta have a number.
What's that, 82, that was 82,000?
We have a motion to add $82,391 into the budget for the purchase of the chipper. And we have a second. Is there any more discussion from the committee? Yes, Alderman Dwayne?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every year, we keep asking them to do more and more for us. We're so far behind in years sense of keeping up with the city, and I know I've called many a times and always getting promised by the end of next year we'll get to your street, you know, and these chippers. I mean, this is not only needed to keep the process going, but it's a safety factor. And if you've got something that magnitude of a chipper, that's dangerous if you got one that's going down. So it only makes sense that we would keep that in there. And I understand you're willing to do it out the mower, but the safety issue with our employees alone makes me do a double take on this. So I'm going to support that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other discussion? Yes, Alderman Zima?
Is that something that could be transferred to the bond issue? I mean, this is something that you use over a long period of time, not just in 1 year, but something so it wouldn't impact our budget.
Director Kramer, do you, or Director Grenier, are you able to estimate, the life on something like this?
We do a schedule where we rotate our equipment. The equipment that we're talking about replacing on our request this year, most of it is from 1990. So it's pretty old equipment already. But with the lawnmowers, we have 8 of them, and we try to rotate 1 per year to keep the fleet going.
That being said, I don't believe that I would support adding the $82,000 to the budget. Alderman Slayer?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Donnie, I know that, and I'll refer to Director Grenier on this as well, the fact that over time, he, if there's an obsolete equipment or something to that effect, that, every year they'll knock out 2 items. And do you have a policy right now with the equipment that you do have that, or some kind of a schedule set up so that over a period of time, you can say, we can knock this out, we can add something next year, that type of thing?
Of every piece of equipment that we own, we rate it. There's a rating system that we give to it, and that's how these equipment pieces get placed where they are.
With this chipper, I mean, it's something that is needed. I mean, correct? Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to add $82,391 for the chipper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And that fails to pass. I think the bonding issue is completely separate from where we're at, but I mean, I would recommend that
Are we
we-
allowed? I would make that motion then, if we're allowed to do that.
I think it'd be just a request for Director Kramer to add that to your bond request.
That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to add $82,391 to the bond request for the chipper for the Parks Department. This is action that obviously be taken later, but all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? None. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, Alderman Galvin?
Just for the ease of us here, when you guys are talking about it, if you could just give us the page, because you guys are kind of going back and forth, and we're not able.
You can't keep up?
No, I can't keep up. I'll be honest, I'm not gonna lie.
No problem.
All right, thanks.
We'll do that, yes, absolutely.
Kelvin, on that one, there was no page, it's just something. I mean, because it wasn't in there.
Okay, and now I'll come back to the committee and ask if there's any more discussion regarding the Parks and Rec and Forestry budget
Yes,
expenses.
there is.
Yes, Alderman Slotnick.
I want to reference the Parks budget on page 145. And I'm looking at the contractual services line 53001. Now, on that item, in 2015, we spent 56,000. In 2016, we spent 61,000.
It's page 147.
Are we together? In 2017, we budgeted 63,000, but our spending year-to-date is only 33,327. And I noticed the projection is 88,600. Can you explain, if we've spent 33,000 on that year-to-date, why we're projecting to spend 88,000 this year?
I'm not sure, what page are you on here, Alderman Slotnick?
146.
Well, the projection comes from the glide path information that we were
Okay,
sent.
line 53001 on page 146.
We had to add to this budget, we have to add a $5,000 rental fee for bathroom usage at Hagemeister that we never had to pay in the past. We also added some work for contractual for electricians. We got to have some electricians to work in our parks. And so that's what we're doing. That was the proposal for the projects, to do the Hagermeister rental and for electricians.
Alderman Dwayne?
Yeah, Donnie, what are we paying Hagemeister for? Well, then let's move the party. We can hold that anywhere.
Any further discussion from the committee on this?
I think we ought
It's
to.
$5,000.
Somebody should walk down there and talk to them.
What was the electrician's number you were talking?
That's added in the contractual services,
What was-
page 146, line 53001.
Right, but what was that?
The dollar amount?
The dollar amount for electricians. I know it's part of that whole thing.
Just to give you a little history on this. There was some contract that was put together 6 years ago that we knew nothing about. It was prior to my time and prior to, they came back and said they wanted $25,000 for the last 3 years, or last 6 years. And so we're in negotiations with them as I speak, so that, I don't think that's a fair amount, but we're negotiating that.
I'm ready to move on.
Okay. Alderman Slotnick, any action, or
Yeah,
did your questions get answered?
No, I don't have any other questions about that line. I'd like to look at the overtime line on that same budget, that's 50501.
We noticed that we were one of the departments that did not pay for double time on holidays. So we propose to put money in to pay for 3 holidays for people that have to work on that holiday to get paid double time.
And how much money is that for the double time for those 3 holidays?
$1 to our budget to do that.
This is page 145, line 50501.
Is that right? Am I right?
Can you say more about the justification of doing that?
Well, after we went through, I've gotten some complaints from my staff that they were the only ones that weren't receiving this pay throughout the whole city. So we took a look at it, and we only have 3 holidays, and to be fair and consistent with our employees as all the other employees, plus they do work the holidays, we decided to try to get them the double time like everyone else.
I'd be interested in any comment from HR on that.
Sorry, what was, I didn't hear that. Sorry, Donnie. What was the question on the slide?
The Parks Department is adding $10,000 to the budget to compensate people at double time that have to work on holidays. They're saying they're doing that because everybody else makes double time on holidays.
And that's something I have to look into. I don't have the answer to that at this time, but I can get that information to you. I'm not aware if every employee is making double time on double time on all holidays. I'm not sure if that's across the board for every department or if every department has employees that work on holidays if it's only just the Parks Department. It might also be DPW.
And could you,
Diana.
could you look into that and get back to me before next Tuesday?
I think Diana might have the answer here.
I just have one comment. We have the clerk's office that's required to stay this year on Christmas Eve, that afternoon. By state statute. Can't ever work in the morning or not work in the morning and work in the afternoon. And that is not what is the standard. If it is a holiday and they ever work that time, they would get double time.
Okay.
So that was something earlier this week for a similar situation. When they were
All right. Joe, I guess I'd still ask that you look at what's done across the city and let me know.
Yep, I can do that.
I'll drop the item for now.
Okay, Alderman Slotnick.
Yeah, I had a couple I wanted to talk about in the pools budget. And I know that they want a page number. Let's find the page number for them. That would be page 148.
Okay.
I'd like to speak a little bit about the seasonal salaries line. And we're proposing a budget of $329,000 for 2018. Donnie, can you tell me what's transpired there over the last several years? Because that was $250,000 in 2014, $246,000 in 2015, $295,000 in 2016, and now we're knocking on the door of $330,000.
I'm sorry, Donnie, and I don't mean to cut you off, but kind of just climbing on top of Tom here with that comment is consideration taken to Colburn Pool being closed, and has revenues also been addressed regarding a lack of revenues from Colburn Pool during construction?
Due to the salary increases for the pay plan and the 2%. The Colburn Pool, the operation of Old Colburn Pool is in this year's budget. The new pool is not. The operations for the new pool obviously wouldn't go until next year. But we did include money in the pool budget this year to try to run Colburn again.
So we are planning to operate it.
We are planning, yes. Well, we're going to try. Let me say that. We're going to try to operate it.
Is there a time frame for that to be under construction, where those seasonal employees
It
would
depends
not
on
be needed?
when the bids come in. As you know, we're putting it out right now, and we won't have the information and put it out to bid until January of this year. And then we'll get those figures, and then we'll figure out whether we're still within the 5.5. And then the council will have to make that decision of if they're going to move on or not.
All right. Alderman Slotnick, any more?
Nothing more on that.
Is there any other discussion from the committee? Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Chair. No, just repeating what I said before about, the seasonal salaries, about the conversation I had with you about Donnie, just about, the folks getting that small raise over time to keep decent employees. And do you feel that with that little bit of a raise that the folks have stayed longer? Students have stayed longer or what have you, that you have consistency over a couple of years and you don't have to keep re-energizing and getting new folks? Okay.
What we did last year by adding that dollar per plan for step plan really helped our employees. We were hurting for seasonal employees, but we weren't the only ones. It was everyone that had to raise them. So if you look at other seasonal pay plans, you'll see that ours is comparable now. It's low in some areas. I'll give you an example. We are very low in lifeguard pay. And so as a result of that, we're having a very difficult time finding qualified lifeguards to work our facilities. So that's just one example, but I can tell you with the increase that we got last year, we had more stability and employees stayed instead of jumping, for 5 cents more an hour.
On this point?
As of right now, we're all under discussion.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you for that.
Alderman Slotnick, did you have anything else on the Parks, Rec, and Forestry budget?
I have a couple that'll wait for the revenue section, so that's it for expenditures.
All right. I will ask for action on the Parks, Rec, and Forestry expenses, and then let's take the revenues separate. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Alderman Zima.
There was one other thing, if you look at, on page 146, under contractual services, 53001, I see that there is more put into that for this year, and I just wonder if that includes any money for some seed money for us to perhaps take down dead trees on private property, so we have sort of a revolving account, because I have another case of similar problem. I've several aldermen have told me that they are experiencing what I was talking about. When a tree, most of the time people take their trees down, but we put together an ordinance. Our staff put together a really good ordinance that said that we'd take it down and it'd be added to their tax bill. But I think one of the main reasons it was defeated that night, after we told them, we voted to have them put the revised tree ordinance put it together, we voted it down because, and the staff kept saying they didn't have any budget to pay for it until it could get paid for on the taxes. So I don't know if there's some seed money in here, but I would think we should have at least, 10, 20,000 to handle that, and it would be, I think you can show it as a revenue also, because some people do pay their bill. But I think it needs to be put in here if it's not here. I did see that there's an increase, and I was wondering if that's what it was or not.
That increase is electrical, and then the bathroom rental. Is that all that entails, Director Kramer?
For the trees, it would be under forestry contractual on page 149. So we did not add any money for private trees in that account.
Some money should be put in there for emergencies. And, if it's money that's going to come back to us. It's the first taxes paid. In other words, it's put on their bill, and if they pay their tax bill, it will pay that bill, and it will leave a remainder if they don't pay for it right away. But I think we need some way to deal with these situations where, for whatever reason, someone doesn't want to take care of their dying or dead tree problem. We did have some people had said that they thought that the dead trees were good because that was a good place for habitat to live, but I don't think that's our goal. And I think some modest amount of money should be put in here so that we have money available. Maybe at least 15,000, something like that.
Okay, we have a proposal of 15,000 to be added to the budget. Did the committee want to take action on that?
I'll second it for discussion.
We'll need a motion actually from the committee.
We'll make a motion.
We got a motion. Is there a second for discussion? So we have a motion and a second for discussion on adding $15,000 to contractual services. This would be on page 149, line 53001 in our forestry department. And this would be for the purpose of dead tree removal on private property. And this money would actually, it would actually have to have offsetting revenue then as well, would it not? Since this would be coming back through the levy. How would we handle that as an agenda item? Or as a revenue?
Typically, when we have situations like that, spent that's unexpected and a revenue source that offsets it, we just do it as a budget amendment.
Okay.
So I don't know how you would put it in now. Then you would have to, if you're gonna put money here, then you would expect you would have money in the revenue, so you're gonna be offset.
Right. Right. Okay, is there discussion from the committee? Yes, sorry, Alderman Galvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand this proposal correctly, we're going to budget money to take down trees on private property and hope that the people pay their property taxes to reimburse us. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, essentially, there would be a revenue that would offset that expense, yes.
So we're going to
The
do,
revenue would come off the tax bill.
So
As the ordinance reads now is that basically they
It's
would
your
be
tree,
billed
you
for
take
the
care of
service. It's just that we're going to do the service.
so I guess I'm wondering, we're going to do that for sidewalks, streets?
I think Alderman Galvin, I think it's no different, and there's already an ordinance in place. We already approved it.
That, I thought we.
Just the same as, that ordinance then passed? Oh,
No.
We didn't. So right now, there's
That's-
no ordinance.
so there's no ordinance in
So
place.
and just,
I see.
I'm just kind of reminded of excuse me, I think I had the
right.
floor. I'm just kind of reminded of a
Sorry,
comment that we voted it down. I'm not sure why we're bringing it back again. And then if we're going to do that, then why not do it for every other thing out there that bothers people?
I understand.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion then from the committee? Alderman Stoyer?
Well, Guy, I think a number of us have, these issues in our neighborhoods, so it is important. Liability issues though too, I guess I'm concerned about that a little bit as far as, that type of thing. If we start delving in, I know where you're going with this, but part of me is saying, is that it? Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you
Yeah.
turn up his
go ahead.
microphone?
Sorry.
Mr. Stoyer was concerned about liability of some private party going on, maybe causing some damage, and I said, well, that you don't contract with people that don't have insurance to cover those things.
I still have the floor. I guess
Yes, go ahead, Alderman Stoyer.
the question I had was what Alder Galvin brought up, the fact that we did defeat this, correct? So, with that being said, I know you're in the legal issues, per se, that, if we did defeat it there, can it be a communication that comes back? Well, I'm just saying. Well, no, I'm just saying, that, well, that's,
Mr. Chairman, point of information,
Yeah.
whether it's been defeated or not, this is where you add or subtract anything. Doesn't matter.
Alderman Scannell, look, we're putting the budget recommendation here. together. And if somebody wants to add something into the budget, we'll entertain that at the committee and we'll make that recommendation to the council. So whether it's the wheel tax, or whether it's cutting trees on private property, or whether it's giving free puppies to kids with cancer, okay? We'll take it up and we'll make a recommendation to the council.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Alderman Slotnick.
I'm not in favor of putting this into the budget because we don't have a policy that even permits us to intervene on private property for these trees. So I think it's one of putting the cart before the horse. And I think we can, given that there would be offsetting revenue to the program that Alder Zima is proposing, I would think that we could go ahead and do that at a later point and amend the budget with the revenue and the expense. So, but I think first we have to decide that we really want to go ahead with the policy and then deal with the budget aspects of it. Thank you.
Okay. Diana, could I ask you for a point of clarification on the ERP? Revenue does not apply. They're only looking at what the expenses added are. So adding $15,000 to the budget now is going to have a negative effect on ERP, but the $15,000 revenue that comes in from that would not offset it on the ERP?
Correct, it will not. You're right. Expenditure restraint only looks at budgeted expenses. Might have a levy impact, or have no levy limit impact. It will affect our ERP. Yes, they're increasing our expenses, budgeted.
Okay. That being said, I would not support adding that at this time either. However, we do have the motion and a second on the floor. Yes, Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like it's going to be a 2-2 vote, and we'll talk about it next week anyway, but it seems to me that the reason it was voted down was because it wasn't in the budget. There were no funds for it. And so why would we move ahead for it? I mean, there were other arguments as well, but that was a main riding one. As we heard from our director, there was no money. So it kind of kicked it ahead to now. So if we did put money in, whether it's tonight or next week, it'll basically say, all right, now bring back the ordinance. So one has to come first, whichever one it is. If you don't do it tonight, I'm sure we'll talk about it next week. Just sets a priority for the coming year. I think it's an important one. Thanks.
Okay, is there any other discussion? And we'll take action on the item. All in favor of adding $15,000 to contractual services, say aye. Opposed?
No.
Nay. And that is a failure on a 2-2. We're having kind of a lot of those tonight. All right, so let's take park revenues, which are, or I'm sorry, did we?
We'll do revenues later in the agenda, I think.
We got to get parks out of here, though.
Oh, okay.
Let's take action on the expenses portion of the agenda. We have a motion then to approve the
Second.
expenses as amended. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. And we'll go on to parks revenues right away, so that Donnie can get back to her stuff. So this would be pages 214 through 216. Since we're here, I'll take baby each after this. 214 through 216, and then we can handle baby each right after this. Is there any discussion from the committees on the revenue portion of the parks budget? I guess I did have a couple of things I just wanted to get some clarification on. First is the sale of scrap has got a reduction of $1,900, projected for $3,400, and we're only expecting a revenue of $1,500. Looks like we've been right around that $3,000 mark. And I'm sorry, this is on page 214. This is under. Oh, yeah, and I'm sorry because Parks, Rec, and Forestry and DPW share the same page right there. So I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. I will bring that one up later. So the only question I have actually on this portion then is where is the $18,000 offset on the county aid for Triangle Hill, and then is Triangle Hill completely city-owned now at this time? This would be page 214, on the bottom. And we're looking at, so if we're looking at line 620, which says Triangle Hill, 2017 projection of 51,830. And then 2013 is, of course, the $18,000 reduction, 33,830. Is there an $18,000 offset somewhere on the revenue? Okay, because I thought that we had that in the intro pages at the beginning. So it says revenue would decrease, the elimination of the $18,000 county aid payment no longer received as a result of the land transfer completion. This is offset by additional activities being implemented during 2018. Are those additional activities recognized somewhere in the budget to offset the 18,000? Okay, and I guess I was just kind of wondering where that is. I'm sorry. I think the only significant increase in the revenue that I saw was on rental of property under recreation of $3,000.
I can't find that sheet right now. Hang on, I'll find it.
You bet.
Do you have that revenue sheet? Okay. Oh, I was looking for that budget sheet that has it. I'm struggling finding the sheet right now, but obviously, where's the park committee stuff that I gave? I bet I left that upstairs.
Sure. Director Kramer, I would have no problem taking this up on Tuesday if, or at the council meeting, if you're just able to find that information before then.
I think I'm gonna find it right now.
Okay.
Hang on.
I just want to make sure that if it should be in here, that we get it in here, that's all.
Okay, so increases in our budget was totally, so what happened is with shelters, we went up from 225 to 230. For cancellation fees, we went up from 112 to 115. For the showmobile, we went from $45 to $50 for an operational fee from Monday to Friday. And we went up to $60 to $70 for all other times of the showmobile. And that's to help also offset labor cost. In our garden plots, we raised them from 25 to 40. In pool rentals, we went from 36 to 40. In family pass, 100 to 110. Additional pass, 10 to 20. Non-resident pass, 15 to 30. In pom-poms, we went from 15 to 20. And costumes fees went from 45 to 50. And that was it.
Okay. I'll seek more clarification throughout the week on that. Let's meet with you. Was there any other discussion on the parks revenues from the committee?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Alderman
Chairman.
Slotnick.
On page 216, I have a couple of questions related to wildlife sanctuary revenues. And I'm looking at line 43,810, payment from Green Bay Public Schools. And again, looking at other documents, I note that in 2015, that revenue was $95,100. In 2016, it was $91,425. year-to-date, it's just over 90,000 for this year, and we're budgeting it at 87,400. So why is the revenue from the schools for that program declining? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe it should be at 87. I think it should be at 90.
Okay.
90,400 probably would be a good number.
Then I would move that we adjust that to 90,400.
We have a motion on page 216. This is line number 43810, payment from Green Bay Public Schools, to adjust that line item from $87,400 revenue to $90,400 revenue. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. That passes. Alderman Slotnick, was there?
Thank you.
any
Yes,
further?
now I'd like to drop down to line 46,915 to concessions. And again, going back in 2015, that was 81,300. In 2016, it was 82,160. It was 81,000 year-to-date. I don't understand why we're proposing to budget only 78,000 in revenue. Pardon me?
Sales that we had to buy. So the corn sales itself didn't produce the numbers that we thought they would. I know I know what you're saying here. You're saying that we were up to 81. Why are we going to 78? But the cost of, we could go up. I guess we could go up now that I think about it.
Would 81,000 be reasonable, you think? How about 80?
I would go 80.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjust that item to 80,000.
We have a motion on page 216. This is line 46915 on Wildlife Sanctuary concessions to increase the revenue from 78,000 to 80,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. And that passes.
Nothing more.
And that is it. Is there any other discussion on the revenue portion of the parks budget? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Can I just ask Tony a question?
Yes, Alderman Dwayne?
And I don't even know if this is a part, but with the wildlife sanctuary and with the school we got going on there, it seems like it's in our budget, but public schools is supposed to be paying us, correct? But they're city employees. I mean,
Two people that work at the Wildlife Sanctuary in the 4K program are school employees. We pay them. They're our employees. We pay them. But they're directly related to the school program. The money that we get is per student from the public instruction.
okay, so are they our employees or are they the schools? I need to know that. Okay, so like benefits and all that, they're paid as if they're our employees? I guess I'm not getting why, if they're city employees, they're under a different category. Okay, that's enough.
4K that's operated through other
Well, we
areas.
we don't
Yeah.
have another 4K yet.
No, but I mean like other agencies that handle them.
Such as like Encompass and
Yeah.
same stuff. I'm sorry, yes.
I
Attorney
can
Chavez?
provide a little more insight into that. They're employees contractually, so we have a contract with the school board, and under that, they provide the employees. However, we don't have anybody who's qualified to supervise an instructor or a teacher, and as a result, that's why we have this weird dichotomy between them.
No, there's two positions. One's a teacher, and what's the other one? A what?
Naturalist.
Naturalist? And they're not I'm trying to figure out what you just said. They're,
Caterers. they're educators, and so we as the city are not able to supervise educators. We would have to have people with master's degrees and all all that stuff, but that's just not what we do. So they are. That's why we have this weird thing where they're our employees, we pay for them and all that stuff, but we don't technically supervise them just because we don't have the capability. So as we have this contract in place to govern that principle.
Thank you.
Alderman Duane, is anything further?
Move to approve.
So we have a motion and we have a second to approve the parks revenue portion of the budget. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? And we will take Bay Beach, the Bay Beach Capital Fund on page 191 of the budget books. Is there any discussion from the committee regarding this portion of the budget?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. Is there any discussion? Staff, did you have anything? All right, we'll take action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And that passes. Okay, we will move on to transit. Thank you, Director Kramer.
So all the parks is done.
All the parks is complete.
Parks, recreation, schools, forestry.
So-
wildlife.
Yep. Transit begins on page 180 of the budget books. Questions or comments from the committee?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Staff? Good? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And that will complete our transit portion. And we'll move on to administrative services, beginning with, we can take all administrative services at once here and take discussion. This will begin on page 24 of the budget books. Okay, I do have,
We can take these one at a time, starting with finance.
we can, yeah, sure. We can start on finance and then run our way through here. So,
I'll move approval of the finance section.
and that begins on page 33. So we do have a motion to approve the finance portion, which begins on page 33. Alderman Duane?
Yeah. Regular salaries on page 33, 50001. It took quite a jump there. Do we add more positions, Diana? Why is that a 2 employees, 1 employee? What is that?
When you say a large jump, it went from 480,000 to 481,000 budget over budget.
No, I am gonna apologize. I was looking at the projection. Thank you. Thank you for catch. My bad.
Was that projection just based on unfilled positions that were held out? Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion to accept the finance budget. Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. And in page 35 will bring us to our clerks. Clerk and treasurer, is there any discussion on any of these items from the committee?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Duane.
Knowing what I do, Chris, in your office, it seems like we're always down people. Can you tell me, and I know I didn't discuss with you this time, but I've seen from the past, with all these elections coming up and everything, did you take a really good look at this, and are you where you need to be? That's just... Well, no, we're talking about regular salaries. Are you short people? Okay, and that's why I'm asking, because you got a lot going on next, coming up, and don't want to be understaffed or shortchange anything, so good. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion regarding the clerk portion? Yes, I'm sorry, Alderperson, we'll take discussion. I have a motion and a second to approve for discussion. Alderperson Dorf?
No, I guess I did want to follow up on elections.
That would be our,
Are we not?
that's a few items down yet.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take administration one item at a time here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so with motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. And it'll bring us to page 37, which is our assessor. I have a motion and a second for discussion. Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. Russ, I was going to ask, are we somewhat understaffed with 5 positions on assessors? I know I've talked to you a little bit in the past, with all the workload and such. I was looking at that in reference to the contractual services that we have with your department. Is there a way to, if let's say you added one more employee versus those contractual services, would that be an offset, or is that apples and oranges? Okay, so you're satisfied with what you have right now? Okay, all right.
Move to approve.
Okay, so we already have a motion and a second. I was going to address the same thing with you, Mr. Schwamp, because I know we've had the same conversation. When you came on board, we had 11 people in your office, and we now have 5. I was curious also about if you are backlogged and if you were given a half-time employee, although with the qualifications needed, maybe a half-time employee, just that position maybe just wouldn't fill.
No, the part of revenue has some pretty stringent in order for us to have fully employed, it was kind of tough to find. It's better to have full-time employee positions, and I don't think right now it's something.
Okay.
We're getting to the point, like we said, evaluations and that council pushes down the line. That's something where we're at now, being at post office at Mark, I think we're well capability to put this back.
Okay. Would you think that if you did have a full-time position, and I know we've had a discussion here, and I would like to put a policy in place on when we begin a reassessment, whether a few years down the road, when we get to a certain percentage of equalized value, to just kind of stay ahead of what the state requirement is. Would a full-time position pay for itself? Are you backlogged enough that that person coming in and getting that work done would offset and then maybe provide that additional, revenue into here to offset their own?
I'm not sure if you can really quantify it as paying for itself because it's not really generating partners.
Right.
As far as finding additional. Seeing that we're still around, some good people that want us.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay. I was leaning toward trying to add someone to your staff, but I think maybe we look toward a policy in the future, and maybe we include staffing as a part of that policy then. Okay. Is there any other further discussion on the assessors?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Slotnick.
Thank you, Joe. Russ, I'm looking at the regular salaries line, and it shows a 2017 projection of $327,000. And then a proposed budget of 344, which is 5.2% more than what you're projecting for this year. Okay, so the projection is low. Got it. Thank you very much. Nothing more.
There being no further discussion, we have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none are opposed. Great. And we'll go to purchasing with our employee of the year on page 39. Is there any discussion from the committee regarding this budget?
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Alderman Slotnick?
It's really the same one that I just asked. I noticed the projection for this year under regular salaries is 183,000, and the budget is 5.7% over that. Okay, so it was classification readjustments. Okay, thank you. Nothing more.
Nothing further. We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the purchasing portion is approved. We'll move on to elections on page 41 of our budget books. If I get a motion in a second to get this on the floor, then I'll
Yes.
go to Alder
So
Dorf.
moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the elections budget. This is for discussion. Alderperson Dorf.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that, I guess I'm going to want to ask if we have enough money in the elections budget, because I believe there could be a primary state Supreme Court. So do we have enough money to do that?
I would ask City Clerk.
I was asked to cut about 25. So I did cut out $26,340, making the February primary half the city. It's not citywide. So if there is, a citywide election, and we won't really know that till January 2nd, I will be short.
Last year, we attempted to put, I think, $30,000 into a contingency to be used only if needed. If we had added to our contingency fund later in the budget and earmarked that money, again, I think it was $30,000 that we had asked for last year, would that be sufficient? Should we need it? Okay. Yes. I did have two questions here. I'm sorry, Alderperson Dorf, was there anything further?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I had an open chair over here. I do have two questions here. One on the contractual services. In 2016, when it was a presidential election and turnout was pretty high, we were looking at $7,000 that we actually spent, and now in 2018, we're requesting $21,000, over 1,200% increase. I'm just curious what that is, and if that contractual services offsets any of the salaries that are needed. All right. And then two other things real quick, just to address health insurance and dental insurance. Where do those fall online? On page 41, this is lines 51201 and 51202. There's about $1,300 that's allocated for health and dental. I'm just curious what that is there for.
I think based on the way our budget module works, if we have allocated regular staff to work
Okay.
Benefits follow wherever that's regular hours go.
Okay, that makes sense. So then I would just ask one last thing, thank you. Do we have money budgeted here? We know the problems that we had at UW Green Bay last year for the, well, look, we gave raises to poll workers and make sure that that is all still status quo. Free busing was a portion of this, having people out there to do pre-registration on campus and having a second location on campus. Are these, have we taken into account these, and then maybe not a second location on campus, but additional poll workers on campus, I believe is what it was. Okay. 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 All right. Don't want to run into any hiccups in February and April, and November, and. Okay. That is all the questions I have. Is there further discussion from the committee? Anything else? Okay, I entertain a motion on this. Did we do the motion? Motion and second to approve the elections budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's a contingency line. That's later. So. Page 42, we have Board of Review.
Second.
We got a motion second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none are opposed. We'll move on to Infotech on page 43. Is there, I've got a motion to approve. Well, second, for discussion, is there any discussion from the committee regarding the Infotech portion of the budget?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Slotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, I'm looking at the regular salaries line. It's the same question that I asked a couple times before. The forecast for 2017 is $476,000. The proposed budget at 500 is 5% greater than that. So there were adjustments from the Carlson Detman study that drove that? Okay.
Some newer employees that all step-ups.
Okay.
They were the step-ups that
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to talk about software maintenance, line 53020, and I guess I'm concerned about the multi-year trend there. I went back and 2014, that was $120,000. 2015 was $140,000. 2016 was $154,000, and we budgeted $170. Year to date is $151,000. What is going on with the cost of software maintenance?
No, you're right. He mentioned $151,000. He's got the revised updated number on his. Ending of the book was we needed to correct the information of the purchase order. So that's why, if you're looking at the book, that number is
261.
It's really now 151, but now the trend.
Okay.
And the trend has been increasing, but we have offset. So my budget has stayed.
Okay, so those two are exchanging funds?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing more.
Okay, is there any further discussion? We have a motion, we have a second to approve the Infotech portion of the budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and none are opposed. And we'll move on to page 45, which is printing. Is there any discussion on printing? Yes, Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Chair. We may have discussed this before, but I just wanted to know what city policy there is for printing requests from council, and I think we kind of addressed that already, didn't we?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
need it for a committee, they can go for it.
We just have to go, right. Okay, that was just that was my only question. So I think we discussed it.
no charge to an Alderman.
All right, thanks, that's all.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes,
Yes, Alderman Stoyer? I'm sorry, Alderman Slack.
thank you. On the print shop line 53002 copy machine. We're asking for a budget of 20,500. Year to date, we've only spent less than 10,000 on that. 2016 was 14,000, 2015 was 10,000. Why are we up at over 20,000 for that?
One thing, right now, we're 8,000 copies of the 24-page brochure. And that would be effective rationale for that. Other answer is that we've been operating on years-old equipment down there. We did an RFP for equipment and services. It'll be council a new contract.
I guess I'd just point out that if I look at your proposed budget for that item compared to your actual spending in 2016, so a two-year period, it's up 45%. If I go back to 2015, the spending was 10,000, it's up 100%. So across the course of the last 3 years, just seems like that line is skyrocketing.
I could accept an adjustment there. But I just the way it's,
Okay, and you're saying, you're
we had 17,000, 2013 we did 27,000. And then it deteriorated. I think one thing that we've done more in the more recent years is we've been urging some of our internal clients for some of the service. We're doing more color copies now than we tried.
okay.
Willing to accept an adjustment.
I guess I'd like to see us hold it flat to this year's budget at 19. Does that seem reasonable? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that the budget for copy machine be adjusted to 19,000.
We have a motion to reduce line 53002 copy machine on page 45 from 20,500 to 19,000 for a savings of $1,500 on expense. Do I have a second? And we have a second. Is there any further discussion from the committee? Any discussion from the floor? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none are opposed.
Move approval.
We have a motion and second to approve the printing budget. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Great. And we will go on to public safety, and we got capital on page 46. I have a motion and second to approve the capital equipment on public safety. Is there any discussion from the committee on this item? Hearing none, we'll take action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Okay. And that completes the administrative services portion of the budget. We will move on to law on page 50 of your budget books, is where that begins. Is there any question or comment from the committee on the law department budget? Hearing none, I would accept it. Yes,
Yes.
Alderman Steuer?
I was just gonna ask Vanessa, on training and travel, if you're satisfied with that amount. I mean, we could always use more, but are you satisfied with that?
That's just for her department. That ain't for us or anybody else.
Well,
They
it's-
all have their own.
Well, okay.
Could always use more, yes. However, what we've included in here is enough to get us to a position where we can actually include training for our paralegal and secretary, our legal secretary. The reason being is we haven't had, the budget we have previously pretty much covered just the League of Municipalities conference for the attorneys, which is a good training, but it didn't provide really much anything else. And so we needed to make sure that, or the budget didn't provide much anything else is what I mean. So we needed to bump it up to at least accommodate some training for the paralegal and legal secretary.
Thank you.
Satisfied? Okay. Alderman Slotnick?
Thank you. Vanessa, could you just give me some training on the line 53021 legal expenses? I know it's very variable year to year. What goes in there?
So it ranges. We have a number of things that are just standard documentation type stuff. So we have, anytime we have to do recordings with the court or with the Register of Deeds, any kind of filings, those fees all come out of that. In addition, whenever we are engaging outside counsel and it's not being charged back to a different department, that comes here. And so yes, it's kind of a volatile number. We kind of do our best guess as to what we think we're going to encounter.
So I would guess the variability comes with how much we use outside counsel year
Correct.
to year. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Nothing more.
No further discussion on the law department. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Got a motion and a second to approve the law department budget. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. And we'll move on to the Honorable Judge Hanson. The municipal court budget begins on page 58.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second for approval. This is for discussion. Alderman Steuer.
Okay, thank you. Judge Hanson? Just a question here on 53001 on contractual services. I just wanted to, it went up a little bit. I just was wondering what that was for. Or just that raise.
Sure, we changed softwares this year from GEMS to, TIPS is now directly interfaces with the Department of Transportation. And so we've got better service for the customer. TIPS is a group that is throughout the state of Wisconsin and has many municipalities. And as a matter of fact, Madison is, I believe, going through the process right now and will be changing their software to TIPS also. Direct interface with DOT, and so all the, what we used to have to mail to DOT and then they inserted the information, we're now inserting the information, and there's an increase in the expenses there. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. Judge Hanson, what is the Board of Prisoners, 53007?
Board of Prisoners is, so anytime we've issued warrants or what's called writs of commitment, the police department picks up people at night, they head into jail. Each time we jail anyone on a warrant, it costs the city of Green Bay, I believe it's $40 per night. So it's just prisoners throughout the year. Those fees have pretty much maintained that $120,000 figure. When I first came in, that figure was about $168 into office back in 2007. I'm going to be looking at that line item a little more after I get by this software conversion. The more I look at just outright jailing people, I don't know that necessarily changes people's outlook. Madison right now doesn't jail anyone. There's no jailing involved. I'm going to look at Madison. I'm going to look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee has done some studies on some of their courts on taking the court system and removing different citations off of that jail situation. They've got some experience with that. What I'm saying is I'm going to study it a little more this year and then probably come back to you next year with maybe some more information. We'll go from there. So
you're looking in 2019, when we're doing that budget, we could actually see a $120,000 reduction? I guess you'd have to have something there.
Let's not say that yet, but
let's say 100.
I'm going to study that one some more for next year.
Would you be comfortable with a $3,000 to $5,000 reduction on this budget? Seems we've come in low and we're trending low this year.
I looked at my actual for this year, and we are down for this year. If you took, you could lop 10 off of that.
10. Okay. Well, I would make that motion then, that we would reduce by 10,000. So we have a motion and a second on line 53007, Board of Prisoners, to reduce from 120,000 to 110,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. Great.
Alderman Nennig asked me a question. He sent it off to our comptroller, and I thought I'd take a little moment to just discuss that with everybody here. Alderman Nennig's, I don't remember the exact question, Alderman Nennig, but it was in an email form in the last few days, and I got busy on Friday and was going to email Dave back. But if he could just,
Alderman Nennig, would you be able to share that with us? Sorry.
In regard to the revenue that's in here, there was a pretty good increase that's in the revenue portion of the budget, and it would take me a minute to find it here. Yeah, for municipal court, there was an increase in revenue on page 210 of 6.5%, and I was wondering if that was an accurate number.
And we've gone through these revenue items, and basically what I tell people is, I look back, and if I can, and I look at all the different things that comes into municipal court, and there's a multitude of issues here, but the main and driving force is traffic citations. I don't collect a lot on juvenile cases. I don't collect a lot on DC cases. There's a direct relationship between traffic cases and the revenue. Okay, City of Green Bay, on an average, for an average traffic citation of $124, the municipal court brings in for the city $83 of that $124. And then there are other hands in that pie, state of Wisconsin, the jail, everybody else. I did take a look at, and just to give you an idea, I know I've passed this thing out a couple of years ago, but I'm just going to update you with some information, and I've got a handout here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Alderman Nenning.
Well, Jerry's handing that out. I did get a response from Diana that includes a response from the police chief, and as the judge said, it's contingent on how many citations are issued. And the answer was that we've had internal discussions on this, and we're going to be more vigorous in our traffic enforcement, especially speed around schools in the 2018 calendar year. And the judge has some discretion on those, but they believe that the number that's in here is that they can meet this number. So I was satisfied with it.
Speed in the school zones and addressing that, I think, be a very positive impact.
So I gave you numbers here in this handout. So I started on August 1st of 2007.
So I'm giving you full numbers from 2008 and on. I don't have the full numbers from 2017 yet, so I'm not including those. But as you can see, so it again, if we have an extra 1,000 citations, that's basically an extra $83,000. And I'm not supposed to be worried about revenue, and that's why when you sent that note and Diana shot me a note, hey, what's your response, is, hey, it's really not my call, people. Talk to the police department, which I believe they did. And but this gives you, in a nutshell, I mean, we really do everything we can to try and collect my clerks. Lori Paulson does a wonderful job of trying to collect on TRIP, and now we have a new potential source. We're moving a lot of stuff over to what's called this SDC, this state debt collection. This is a state Department of Revenue program. It's got lots of teeth. They can intercept taxes, garnish wages, take bank accounts, put liens on property. So the Department of Revenue has a lot of teeth in this, saying we like that program. We're moving a lot of our stuff over to the SDC. I don't know what that revenue is how that's gonna look in the future. I'm expecting it to be up, and again, that revenue line item is a guess. And so depending on what SDC does, depending on the number of tickets, you set a number and we go from there. And as far as, and just to give you an idea, as far as my control over, my personal control over the revenue, if you look at the citations that come in, and I look at my basket of citations, let's say you got 100 citations sitting there, okay? Anywhere from 10 to 20%, and usually on the average about 15% show up, okay? 85% of them, it is what it is. It goes straight to my clerks. I don't touch them. I then handle, out of that 15%, I probably handle 12%, okay? And for the most part, I try to keep the citations, especially the traffic citations. A lot of times I will go with what's called a disorderly conduct with a motor vehicle. There's a lot of DCMVs out there, but the revenue stays the same, okay? If you got a clean driving record, I'll potentially go to that. And in traffic cases where there's an accident, where there's insurance involved, the insurance company is going to handle it. I go to the DCMV, but again, the revenue stays the same. So it's really a small percentage that I am in complete control of, but other than that, I'm again of the belief, and I've said it before to the council, I'm again of the belief that it's based on the number of tickets that come in, and then we do everything we can to collect. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alderman Nenning, did you have any further comment on that?
And I'm okay with the number, but again, it's mostly, you know, I think the chief was talking about, you know, that there's going to be some other things. I mean, back when I started and we had 3 traffic guys on board and they were pumping out tickets, well, that one is what it is, you know, but that's not my purview.
All right, is there any more question or comment on the municipal courts portion of the budget? I don't think we have the motion. I don't think we did on that one. We didn't take a motion and second on that one yet. We didn't start with that this time. No. So we got a motion.
I thought I
And a
did
second.
that right away. I made a motion to approve it right away.
Okay. We've got a motion and second to approve the municipal court budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? All right. Thank you. This will bring us to page 64, which is our Human Resources Department. I had one question on here for Attorney Faulds, or just Joe, whatever it is now. I'll give you the respect of still calling you Attorney Faulds. So, I mean, I'm looking at the very obvious increase on here, which is page 69, line 55101 for equipment repair. And that has historically been very low, $2,500 and under. And we're looking at a 250% nearly increase. What is that money being used for?
What that's going to this year is we have these AED devices. They're defibrillators, and there's 10 of those in total, and they're spread out throughout the city. And we're replacing 5 of them this year, and that's why it has increased from 3,500 to 12,000. It's just to increase those devices. And we're hoping to do 5 this year and 5 the next year.
And this has always been a part of HR's budget, or has this just found its way onto your line item?
I think it's always been a part of our budget, but this year kind of found its way on the line, found its way into the budget. We just had to replace 5 at one time. I think we're going to hope in the future to rotate and replace 1 or 2 at a time, but that's not going to happen this year. Next year, unfortunately, we're going to have to work on that down the road.
Are we able to do, has there been annual inspections and maintenance or anything like that, or is that done internally?
There's actually daily inspections, Monday through Friday. The occupational nurse has that under her. This is sort of it's not in police and fire, but like at City Hall.
Okay, and then, so that's done internally though, the inspection, so there's not like an outside company that comes in and does those inspections that has a cost to it or anything?
Just done internally, it's very easy, just make sure that there's a great.
Oh, okay.
Documented and then we retain.
Okay, and what I was getting at is that if this is something that our fire department could handle, it would be great to just keep that internal and not have to pay a contracted service to do it, but if,
So this is only to replace 5 of the
Right.
that need to be because the warranties are expiring.
sure. Okay, is there any other discussion from the committee on the human resources budget?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Slotnick.
Thank you, Joe. I want to look at line 53041, which I assume that stands for occupational medical expenses. Is that right? What is that?
On-site nurse that we have, and that has increased this year because I believe the cost for the on-site nurse was $40 an hour, but now it's $50 an hour. That is part of the reason why it has increased. And she does all of our hearing tests. She does the physicals for all the seasonal employees, like Colleen just said. She also tests and trains people for the AED devices. So that's why it has increased, because it went from $40 to $50 an hour.
Okay, well, that is up 25% from 2016, so I guess I'll just say that I would hope that we find a way to curtail that, any further growth in that item.
Okay.
Is that, I'm sorry, yes, Attorney Chavez?
So I participated in that contract renegotiation, essentially. That one had not been touched in years, and so it was no longer consistent with other people who were providing that same service throughout the community, and so it was no longer competitive. And once the contract expired, that's why there was that jump.
Okay. So now we're competitive, so we shouldn't have to
Correct.
see any more increases like this to stay competitive.
Correct. And I believe, I don't remember how long the contract is for. I think it was for 4 years or something like that.
All right, thank you.
Or the 1-year contract? In any case, it's competitive now.
Fine. I have nothing more.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion from the committee?
To approve.
With a motion and a second to approve the HR budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, and that passes. And we'll move on to community and economic development. Begins on page 71 of our books. All right. We'll take the, both the capital and the community and economic development agendas as one here. And we have a motion and a second to approve for discussion. So, Alderman Duane, did you have a question? Oh, Alderman Square? Yes.
What item are you taking?
So this is community and economic development, beginning on page 71, so 71 through 81.
With the capital portion, Tom, too. Right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, both items, both the capital portion and the operations budget. Alderman
Well,
Square.
Yeah, This is more or less a general comment before we get into it. Director Vonk and Cheryl. You know, I know along with IT, I would like to see more access to GIS information. I know there's some online already, but for all the various projects that are out there and such, it's a very helpful tool. So I don't know if that's something that can just be provided to the council. And, you know, we don't have to keep asking or requesting. I'm just saying that if there's, that's just a request that I have. So that kind of covers a few things that I'd like to go into. Also under 2018 goals, I don't know, looking at the possibility of a historic preservation ordinance that could be added on my request. I don't know if that's something that would be. So that's all I have for now until we discuss items.
Director Vonk, I've got a question for you real quick. I think the City of Green Bay Public Works Department has a very strong social media presence. And I wonder if that is a direction that the Economic Development Department can take, if that's something that somebody on staff could handle, maybe updates on projects, photos, RDA properties that might be for sale, things like that to put out. I know, look, I do a ton of Facebook marketing myself, and I can reach thousands of people for like $9, you know, in a couple of weeks. I think it's a cheap and efficient way to market. Has there been any discussion, you know, regarding that, or is that another direction that we can take?
Discussion. I think now we had some initial discussions last year about it, some staff turnover. One of the things we would like to do as part of our reorganization of the website, in terms of just kind of looking at our department, our divisions, not only for, you know, economic opportunity, but also for all of our divisions, just updates on, you know, plan commission meetings, items on the agenda. And I think we were waiting for the website redevelopment so that platform would be integrated. So we're not doing work, you know, on Twitter, on Facebook, on the website. It's basically a one-stop. We put it out and it goes out to all social media channels. So we've actually had staff kind of look at the policy and look at our city policy for social media and kind of draft some objectives for that. And I think once we get into the process of doing that, we will ramp up our efforts on that as well.
Okay. And then to bringing up marketing, and part of the reason I brought that up is that we typically trend low on our requested budget of $30,000. You know, $21,000. We used 2/3 of it in 2016. This year we're only at $16,000 with a couple months to go. I mean, is that a budget item that you think we could reduce by about $5,000 from $30,000 to $25,000?
We could. Generally, sometimes the year-end expenditures come in as we plan for things that we do next year. I think we're trying to look at a little better way to do that, and I think for that, part of the what you just brought up in terms of social media is being able to perhaps buy some ad space or buy some things that get us out in those channels. So, you know, we'd prefer to keep it at that level for next year. If you're looking to pinch, I mean, we could make do with less. But that's part of the reason for keeping it at that level.
Okay, I'm satisfied with it being there as long as I think we're using it. Yep. I think that would be the most important thing is if it's there, use it, or you'll lose it.
Correct,
So,
and I think our goal has been, look, we've probably spent the last year or two shifting from a focus on print media to a focus on sponsorship of events and programs, because I think that's important. You get the print media with it, but then you also get a presence from, you know, city staff attending events and meeting developers, meeting investors, meeting people who want to be involved in the city. And I think we've had some pretty good return on that investment.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion from the committee?
Yes.
Alderman Stoyer.
For Kevin or Cheryl, on page 83, just talking about the position of the Historic Preservation Specialist. I realize it's a contract position, but is there any reason why there is not hours or that? Is that because it is a contract position? You don't have any figures there on page 83. I just need an explanation.
We pulled that page together. Contractual, I guess, we did not, but yeah, we haven't in the past put contractuals on these pages.
Okay.
That detail, we can get that information.
Yeah, that would be nice. I would like that.
Could you pull that together for the budget meeting?
Yep.
Okay,
Anything further, Alderman Stoyer?
that's all. Thank you.
Alderman Slotnick?
Thank you, Joe. I have a question about line item 55111, vehicle repairs. we're budgeting, asking for a budget of $10,000. That's an item that a couple of years back was $5,000. What's driving the increase in vehicle repairs?
Our vehicles are getting older. We have basically held off on replacing some vehicles. And so we have a little bit older fleet, and a few of those have experienced some other maintenance issues. And just that is our kind of best guess for next year. I think we may come in under that, but wanted to project out what that may be at. And I think our fleet, we did replace a vehicle. What was the last one? A new inspection vehicle last year. But other than that, in our conversation with the fleet manager, felt that we could extend or hold off on getting another vehicle for another year or two. But with that, we just wanted to anticipate there may be some other maintenance needs for our existing fleet.
Well, I would suggest you look pretty hard at starting to replace them if we're going to be spending $10,000 a year fixing them. That's fine, nothing more. On the next line below that, cell phones, I noticed that number has, at 16,000, that's quadrupled from where it was in 2015 and 2016. What's driving the cell phone
Sure.
cost?
So last year, we had capital equipment request to outfit all of our inspectors with laptops and smartphones. And that is both our building inspectors and our housing and property inspectors. So we have made those purchases, equipped them with that, and the increase is for the data that is required to service both the laptops and the cell phones. With that, we have 15 phones, which before were just regular cell phones, now will require data plans. And then the same for the laptops, for the data on that will also require the connectivity. What we found, and the reason this was proposed a year ago, is to allow our inspectors to a few things. To have the laptops in the field so they can connect with our Eclipse system and be informed of, kind of up to date where things are at in terms of, does the building have its permits or are there outstanding issues with, any type of property. The cell phones, again, the smartphones, the same thing, to be able to connect, but also to take photos. We've been able to, now we're not purchasing cameras. So instead, for taking pictures of, property structures, we do that right on the smartphone, and it actually synchronizes with our system. So we, again, have up-to-date information on that. The purpose of doing that was to make our inspectors more efficient in what they've been able to do. I know for division heads, Bill Lockery is not here, but Bill Poppy is here in terms of the housing and zoning inspection. We've been able to cut down our backlog on that because we've been
You've answered
efficient.
my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
but that's what it's for, is just
I got it. Nothing else.
Any further comment from the committee? Yes, Alderman Stoyer.
I like that idea, Kevin, with that, because, I think some of us too, we have, if we have our smartphones, if we have issues with our constituents or such, we'll take pictures and that, and that's a good way to go about it, so, thank you. That's all.
And I would just ask Mr. Jensen, if you don't mind, put you on the spot for a second. Is there any value in using what our trade-in value is on squad cars to have those maybe used by our inspectors? Are we getting more value by trading them in toward new vehicles, or would we have better use?
We're selling the squad cars at public auction. So,
If we're at $10,000 for repairs, I just don't know if Captain Ebel would love to give them over there. Commander Ebel.
Our squad cars get a lot of use, and they're pretty worn out by the time we get rid of them. Moving to a 4-year replacement cycle, as I mentioned last year, and so we're trying to stretch out the lives of those even more. And the miles that our guys put on them are pretty hard miles inside the city, and they also spend a lot of time idling to keep our computer
Sure.
systems working. So we get a decent amount from $5,000 to $7,000 at auction, and I think we'll get more for the SUVs, but I wouldn't recommend giving those to a fellow city employee. Certainly.
Well, I figure inspections, they only need the driver's seat. So. Right? Okay. No, it's always worth asking.
Not if I.
All right, is there any other discussion on the community and economic development portion of, I ran all that together, community and economic development portion of the budget? All good? All right, take action on this. We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And none are opposed. Great. Would it be too much to ask if we could take about just like a 5-minute break here? We're going on 3 hours, so. We'll take 5 minutes. Thanks. All right. All right, now we're going to come up on the police budget. Welcome back. Thank you. You needed that. Police budget begins on page 89 in our books. And I will just say, Commander Ebel, thank you for your offer during the break, but I'm not going to take you up on that. He offered all the police squads, the new ones, to inspections, so.
The new ones.
All right, regarding the police budget, and I will break these down item by item. So let's start with page 89 on the police budget. We'll take the humane officer next, and then police capital. These are larger budget items. We'll begin with Alderman Dwayne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question for the police chief. 50099 department turnover. We got a minus $370,000. That equivalent to 4 officers you're not hiring. That's in the table of organization. Why is that?
That's correct, sir. That's the salary savings that we're required to maintain throughout on every budget since I've been here. That 370 is the standard salary savings, and my understanding is they calculated that based on the number of vacancies they had in the police department over the years. It was the same thing last year. They said we need to turn back in salary savings $370,000. I think we beat that this year.
Yeah, so that's the only way you can find it, though, is to.
Correct, by not filling positions. So our table of organization shows 194, and that would bring us down to a little bit below 190.
Yeah, you're about 188.
Well, we're not at 188. Right now, we are at 185, but that just the salary savings alone breaks down to about 189.
Typically, I look at this, and I've said it every year. You don't run a budget off of personnel. There's different things you can look at. You can bond for equipment. You can do a lot of different things, services and stuff like that. In the past, you said to have a good force, a full force, you need 194 officers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we're authorized, sir.
Yes. And I'm going to let everybody else talk for right now on this. There's other people that I know wanted to speak on this, and so I'll give it up for right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chief, is this really 4 less officers, or is just the equivalent of 4 less officers spread out throughout the year in unfilled positions? I mean, you still have 194 in the org chart, right?
Correct. The org chart has 194. We just need to maintain vacancies. Meet that 370.
Okay. Alderman Galvin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Alderman Dwayne. We're holding these positions open for the entire year. That's in reality, we're saying there isn't 194, there's 189 and a half officers. And I think to do that, I understand we have to try and make up this money, but that's not an honest budget when you do it on the back of the personnel. The people expect a certain level of service out there. And if you were to listen to the scanner or have the Brown County Dispatch Center make you a copy of that, that's all you hear going on all the time is the dispatcher asking officers to break free from one call that they're on to try and go to the one that's more serious, which means they're not even finishing the work they're on to try and take care of other work. And it's putting a lot of strain on the officers on the road. You know, granted, compared to when I was on, we still have about the same amount of zone officers, but we have a lot more other officers like community officers, gang officers, things like that. But they all have an impact. But when they're all being stretched and running from call to call, one side of the river to the other, you're doing a real disservice to not only the department, but the people that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Yes, Alderman Slavic.
Thank you. I just want to ask a couple questions so that I understand these numbers properly. under regular salaries, the proposed budget is $16,143,000. Does that fund all the officers? Right to your full authorized staffing, right?
I believe it does, yes, sir.
So the 370,000 below that is anticipated vacancies during the years. It's not designed to be ex-officers less. It's not prohibiting you from hiring to your authorized level. It simply reflects the reality that all large departments have some holes from time to time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think my comment on that was going to be, you're looking at, what's that, 208 weeks of vacancies amongst 194 officers. Basically, a week per officer of vacancy. That covers that 370,000. So if there's a hire that's delayed by a month, or, you know, I mean, obviously, look, we're having a hard time hiring officers. We get that. Positions are going to be vacant for a while. Are those vacancies accounted for anywhere else in the budget, or is it just, this is the one line, right?
There's the 370 here, and then in this budget, there's the delayed hirings. They're delaying hiring of several officers till May, and then some other officers until April, because we're anticipating losing 10 more officers on December 23rd due to retirements.
Right.
And right now, we're sitting on 7 vacancies. So we got a couple that we're getting ready to hire, 2 that are getting out of the academy that are already in the budget, 1 more that we're hoping to hire that's still in the academy. And then we're going to be on a flurry to try and catch up with those vacancies that we'll have.
Right. Well, I wouldn't agree with putting this full 370 back in the budget. I would say that delayed hires should be accounted within that 370,000. I guess we can have more discussion on that. Is there anybody else from the committee here?
Follow-up question.
I'm sorry, Alderman Slotnick.
Yeah, maybe I didn't understand the first one then. My question was the 16,143,000. Does that pay for you to be at your authorized level for the entire year?
Sir, I don't see where you see 16,143.
I'm looking at regular salaries. The proposed budget is 16,143,000.
The budget book states 16,118.
I'm
Alderman
sorry.
Slotnick has an updated document.
Okay.
So, and that would be line 50001 on page 89. So, any one of you could have asked for it.
I'm sorry for that. Sorry for that confusion. Yes, I have a different spreadsheet in front of me. But I just want to be clear. Does that number represent the cost of your full staff for the entire year?
So I'm going to defer to our business manager just so that I'm sure of it. But my understanding is that the number that you gave out that's higher than the number that I show in my book would include the delayed hiring of 3 until April and 3.
Okay.
Answer that. Correct. That line typically is, there are some delayed hirers within that.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
police officers, and then they're also looking to, they're adding staff. Back to later in the year, 2019, changing of staff. Delayed hires within that 16, 18,000.
Could we get the detail on that? Because I'm curious as to, could you hire officers and be fully staffed right from January 1st through December 31st, even if you wanted to?
No, if you told me to fill up my ranks today by January 1st, I couldn't do it because of recruitment, because we have to do the testing process, because whatever. So come January 1st, we're going to have a number of vacancies that we're going to carry. Double money my way right now.
Okay.
And Rick can give you the specifics about that.
No, not necessarily. I guess what I'm wondering is, you know, how much of a gap between what's being budgeted and full staff for the whole year, how much of that gap is because we just couldn't hire those people and bring them on board at that pace anyway, and how much is because you're getting some instructions to delay so that we can save on the budget?
You know, it's a little bit of both, sir. What I was thinking out as this year progressed is we could have had a real big hiring binge in August, September, October, and hired a bunch of people that we've been recruiting. But I recognized that I was probably going to have this 370 again because they've had it for a number of years. So I had to anticipate having that number of vacants rolling into the beginning of the year. I would prefer to have the vacancies in January and February and March and have a fully staffed field force for June, July, and August, because those are the busy months. That's when our crime is way up. And geez, I can stand a little bit of vacancies in January, February, and March because the call load is so slow because of the cold weather outside.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing more.
For clarification, we're looking at that 16,143 versus 16,000. For that includes the humane officer, which has
Oh, okay.
in our book. That's
All
why we're
right.
seeing the little differences here. That's the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Nennig.
Since we're having a discussion on that department turnover account here, I thought it might be appropriate to point out what that really is. If you look at page 161 of the budget book, 5 lines down, department turnover, there's $1,370,000 there in the general fund budget that we're anticipating saving because of turnover that occurs through all of the departments. You know, there's that share for the police department, but there also are shares for other departments. And I know we as a council never really get any reports on that, but I wonder how we're doing relative to that goal. Does anybody know?
Original budget for 17, and again, as we said, that is, the anticipation is not to have people hold their positions open. This is just vacancies and openings. To date, we are running at $1,255,000 as vacancies with a projection based on, again, taking some assumptions. We're looking at we may hit $1,431,000 is where we think we may project at the end of this year for vacancies.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's reasonably close.
Yep, and what, so when we built this year's turnover, we built it very similar to last year, since that is what we were running. Now, this is a line item that a couple years ago used to be all city tax to the departments. This was to make them a little more aware that if you're running favorable on your salary line, you don't turn around and spend more in maybe materials and supplies, because really, the budget itself had taken into consideration there were going to be vacancies. This is a line that has been increased over the last 4 years. 2015, it was $850,000. Budget was 1.50 is what was approved budget. So it has been increased over the last 3 years. So this would be reported.
Does this cover fringe costs when those positions are vacant as well?
Yes, everything from salaries, benefits.
Okay.
All the way down to WRS, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Smith, just a quick question. Does that 370,000 that you need to get, that 208 vacant weeks annually, if you've got a rock star candidate, does that prevent you from hiring that person?
No.
Okay.
No, if we find someone, and in fact we have one. When you think about a rock star, we're looking at one right now that we're hoping we can pick up sometime in December. I'll be able to grab that particular woman and get her signed up and in the academy.
We don't want you hamstrung.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Galvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not sure, Chief, if you'd be the one to answer this, or Rick. Maybe you can explain it to me. I'm having a little difficulty here. You say that the 16 million and change constitutes salaries and benefits for 194 officers, and yet we have 370,000 in savings. How does that offset?
What that number also includes is the delayed hiring of 3 sworn officers until April 1st, 3 sworn officers to May 1st. A photo ID non-sworn position can't be hired until September 1st. Another photo ID person non-sworn until December 1st, and a crime analyst position until July 1st. And then the 370 is just the amount that we make sure that we have to hit that target opening, and we also have to worry about payouts with retirements and stuff too. So it's a big balancing act.
When you, I guess that leads me again. And I apologize if I'm not getting it here, but you said you have to be careful about your hiring. Yet we were just told that if the state of Wisconsin said you could suddenly have 194 officers on January 1st, you won't have to do any training or anything, would that not affect the police department budget? Would you not be short at the end of the year?
Well, we would, because we have to give back that 370,000.
Okay, I guess that's the point I'm making. I mean, I guess the other point is that when an officer is hired and he's already state certified, he still has his own academy to go through within the department. Is that not true?
If an officer is already state certified, I believe it means he's already been through an academy, so then we can pick him up. Then he has an internal academy in our departments, 4 weeks, where we send our officers through there. Then he's got the field training officer program where he rides with the seasoned officer until we're comfortable that he's able to go out and work on his own. So even if we hired someone who was certified January 1st, they probably wouldn't be a field certified officer until, what's that? 5.5 months is the total time.
So if you hired him January 1st, he would not be able to ride by himself until the middle of May, correct?
Correct.
All right, if you wait till April and May to start hiring these individuals, that means you'll have a shortage of officers during the time when you have the most vacation usage going on, would you not?
Yes. So it will be, they'll either be in the field training officer program or in the internal academy, and that'll take them for the April officer 5 months from there, for the May officer 5.5 months from there. So most of the summer, well, for the whole summer, they'll be training with someone or in our training program.
And until those officers are signed off on by their field training supervisor, they only count as a one-person car because they're not certified by the department, correct?
That's correct.
So if you need a 2-man call, that means you're going to have to send 2 cars regardless, even if there's 2 officers in each car, if they're all being trained.
That's correct.
Okay, so it would benefit the department and the taxpayers because with all the vacation and the shortages on the road, isn't that when we have our highest amount of overtime trying to meet staffing needs?
Yes.
So to be able to hire those officers January 1st would actually be a financial benefit to the city, would it not?
I don't know what the balance sheet would look like, but we certainly had an increase in overtime this summer due to meeting our safety staffing requirements, meaning we have to have a certain number of officers on each shift. So we had to make sure that if we did not meet that, we would call additional officers in. And that's the thing I send you folks on Monday, a little listing of all the times we had to call additional officers in throughout the year.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Alderman Dwayne?
Yeah, Chief, it's going to be like I'm repeating over and over and over again. It seems like you saw a shortfall and you were just going to meet it, and that's the only way you can meet it. But looking at this, how many officers do you have right now? Do you know, 185, did you say?
We have a total of 10 vacancies. Sorry, we have 7 vacancies right at this moment, so 187, and then we have 10 of them on December 23rd. We're supposed to have 10 more vacancies, so that'll put us down 17. We have 1 more individual that we're looking to hire as soon as possible, and so that would put us at 16 vacancies as of December 23rd.
But I hearing that and trying to get that across, I don't see where you can really benefit from being so light in the force. I mean, that puts you in jeopardy. I lived here all my life, and I see the crime going up every day, and it isn't going to get better with the drug, everything that's going on, the shootings. I mean, I'm not trying to paint Green Bay as this monstrous city. I'm not. But to me, it seems like we might be jeopardizing your officers and in some way or form by not being properly staffed. And I'm worried because no matter how you put it, this $370,000 takes out 4 officers for a year. That you're not gonna be hiring at any time.
The full 370, yes, sir. So I'm hoping that we can bump up those numbers as quickly as we can and get as close to where we need to be earlier in the year rather than delaying it and having those vacancies during the summer months.
Okay, Diana, you're saying that we're fully budgeted for the 194 officers, right? It's in our budget?
Yes, by the time the end of the year comes, if they're fully budgeted, there are a few of the officers, beginning year, there's a delayed hire, because the chief said there's no way into consideration. That is not a direction to not hire. That is just natural turnover. Over a year, you have $1 million turnover. Combination, but we end up having a turnover. We budget almost right from the beginning of the year. That is just because of attrition, vacancies.
Chief, why aren't we more active on getting the hires now? You know that we're gonna be losing 10 people.
Yeah,
Officers
we are,
retirement.
we're giving another test in December. We gave a test last month. I had 63 applicants. If we're lucky to get 3 decent applicants out of that many, because we want to keep our standards really high. You know, we could hire people, but we want to make sure that the standard is high. We've seen what happened here when we allow people in the door that probably shouldn't have passed our backgrounds for one reason or another, and we end up regretting it. It ends up being really problematic for the city. So we could go out and hire the best of that 63, but I'd rather just hire the cream of the crop and let some other agency take the ones that don't meet our standard.
But I'm still, I guess I'm not getting that because we are gonna have such a big turnover. You're not gonna be able to hire in time. And when we need them most, you're gonna be pretty short.
But we're struggling right now to find those candidates that are really top quality and get them hired and get them on as quickly as possible. One of the problems that we're working with HR is to get to streamline our hiring process, because oftentimes we'll find a candidate that looks really good. We'll start our background process, and by the time we're through with all the hoops that this person has to jump through, some other agency grabs them and they disappear. We've done all that work for nothing on a top quality candidate. So we've been working with HR to try and streamline that process and make it simpler and stay in closer contact with those good candidates so we can get them hired on and through the hiring process as quickly as possible so we don't end up losing them as we've seen in the past.
Well, I know, knowing you're gonna do everything you can for everybody that's involved, but it's just worrisome when I see this in the book, and it's done because of the budget, so, thank you.
Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Chair. Chief, I was going to ask too, and just piggybacking on that, and I have a tendency to agree with Alder Galvin and Alder Dwayne on this right now, but when you say you have 16 positions that will be, well, anyway, so you're just saying that you're going to be down a bit. Generally, over the last couple of years, and you haven't been here a long time, but as far as over time, what have we normally been at, let's say at the end of the year, something like that? You said we're going to be down 16, possibly 16 positions. With retirements and things like that, is there a way to put a number on that over the last number of years? Probably not.
Yeah, usually around the beginning of the year, we're down around 7 or 8 positions. That's my recollection where it was last year. This is certainly much lower than I've seen it since I've been here. And part of that is due to the demographics of the department and so many people leaving. We got 10 or 11 people leaving at the end of this year. In addition, we had some officers that lost their jobs here through the disciplinary process as you followed throughout the year. And then 1 or 2 other that chose to take jobs elsewhere to be closer to their family or where they grew up. So that is a much higher number than I've seen since I've been here.
Well, we're just trying to wrap our minds around this because, we don't want you to be shortchanged whatsoever. So we got to figure that out. I'm good right for now.
Alderman Scannell.
Thank you, Chair. Diane, is this just a statistical analysis? I mean, if they had the officers to hire in May and April, they could do that. It's just that it's going through the years and doing a statistical analysis that this is the number of hours they would normally be.
Yes, the analysis actually done, we go through every year, we go look and it is based on their total salaries, and it's based on an allocation, a percentage of the allocation. We charge back the $1.3 million based on total salaries. And again, 1 year,
Right.
we just have to find a way to break it out and put it in all the departments. We can take it back out of the police, and we can put the $1.3 million in miscellaneous. Doesn't change the budget. If you want to add the 370 back, then you have to make up 370, because that is an offset, it's a reduction in expenses. But we are running, this year, it looks like we will project at $1.4 million in vacancies. If we budgeted full at 100% fill rate, we're going to be about $1.4. It's an analysis.
That analysis, right? So I think we're getting a little caught up in that. We got in the statistical analysis here, and we're given dates that they want to be careful about. But really, they can hire any time. It's just that over the years, with all the retirees and so on, you just normally have this kind of number of hours. So I don't really think we need to worry about putting that back in the budget. I mean, statistically, it's going to be there anyway. So would that be a fair? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Slotnick, and then I've got Alderman Vanderleest, and then I'll come to you, Alderman Galvin.
I just want to build on Alderman Scannell's point, because I think he was right on with where he was going there. This $370,000, as he said, is basically a statistical analysis of the fact that we have gaps in our big departments, all departments, across the year. I don't consider that $370,000 to be assigned to the department. You don't have to deliver $370,000 worth of vacancy. It's just that that's what's probably going to happen based on our previous experience.
Thank you. Alderman Vanderleest.
Thank you. Listening to the conversation, I think the chief has kind of laid it out pretty well. The money is there, but I think it's a personnel problem to find the right people. He doesn't just want to hire the average officer, from what he's saying, and I feel that he's got it under control, and the money is there, and he finds the right candidates, he's going to hire them. And from what he says, he's working on it. So I think that that takes merit to what he's projecting.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Galvin.
Okay, I just want to clarify, if you could, the 3 officers were not hiring till April 1st, and then the other 3 officers were not hiring till May 5th. That constitutes the 370 that we see here? Oh, so we are talking about 2 different animals here.
That's right.
We are delaying hiring 6 officers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not delaying, so there's no way we could actually have them filled. We took that into consideration.
So we're looking at anticipated retirements, people leaving, whatever, for the 370. We're looking at the fact, he says, I can't possibly have anybody hired by April 1st or May 1st. I guess, and I spent a lot of years wondering about this. Why can't we? This was something that Chief Molitor struggled with, and several of the other chiefs struggled with. There were suggestions about overhiring, or when you anticipate 10 people leaving in December, why in July of that same year aren't you anticipating that and already starting the hiring process? And I know that's not necessarily your answer, and I'm sorry that I looked at you when I said that. If I had a mirror, I'd be looking at the chief. But I mean, and I'm not exactly sure, but I think the fire department holds 1 academy a year. They hire all the people that they need, if I understand correctly, and they get them done, and they get them on board, and they're done with it. Whereas the police department is constantly trying to hire people multiple times a year, running tests and everything else. And I just have always wondered why the police department can't have a process where they anticipate people leaving and they get ahead of the game so that these officers are hired and sworn in and trained and driving by themselves by the end of May, when it's going to impact us the worst. And I know this is a budget thing, but maybe it's a budget thing we need to look at so that the department is at full strength come the end of May, middle of May of every calendar year. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Alderman Wayne?
Yeah, Captain Galvin, we did discuss that years ago when Lynn was still here. Probably around 2, maybe 3 budgets ago, asking them, and I know before you, Chief, that police and fire, public safety, be ready, anticipate, when they're anticipating, that they're able to go out and do what they need to do, and that was passed here. I mean, that was known, so.
Whatever the process is, I think the city needs to look at it. I think it does a disservice to the members of the department, to stress them out, trying to handle these calls for service, but also for the citizens that are waiting for that police response. That isn't coming as quickly as we would like. Thank you. Sorry, lost my head.
Thank you, Alderman Galvin. Alderperson Dorff?
Thank you. I think what gets confusing to me is hearing that the $370,000 is required. That was what I thought I heard the chief say, that he was required to have that as a set aside because it's been in every budget every year. So I understand we're not hiring. You maybe can't hire and then you save some money that way. But explain the required thing that you have to have that in there because that is -4 positions.
Well, that was kind of the same thought I had there too, Chief Smith. Is there some sort of penalty?
Well, nobody's threatened me or anything, at least not yet. But no, we are. It's my understanding that's a line item in our budget, that it's a requirement that we have that salary savings by the end of the year. We see people retire or quit or get fired throughout the year, and that causes those vacancies. It sure would be a lot easier, as Captain Galvin would said, if we could hire a bunch of guys in January, have a big academy class, and everybody comes out at the same time. Then by summertime, everybody's riding by themselves, and we're filled up. But it seems like, I don't know of any place that does that. Where I came from, they had an academy class every month, and they pump people through the academy. Class starts in January, another class starts in February, and they hire around the calendar year. And it seems like that's what happens here. My fear is that if we had one class in January, the guy that graduates in May with his degree and his bachelor's degree and is ready to join the police department is going to look around and say, well, sheriffs are hiring, or Schwabenon's hiring, Rippon's hiring, or Little Chute's hiring. I'm going to go with one of those rather than sit from June until January when the Green Bay Police Department's hiring. And I think that's kind of how we got in that position of continually hiring, like Captain Galvin said.
Alderperson Dorff, that answers your question.
It's a line in our budget.
I saw the Academy movie from where you came from.
Yeah.
I liked Hightower, but that was. Yes.
The only other part of it is, what happens if there's a year where everybody's hired, and you don't have the -370,000, or should we be using the police cadet program and kind of overhire, but you're not really overhiring because it's going to even out in the end, and then if it's really -370,000, then it's really -4 positions. Right? Am I confused? I'm confused.
Make it up on the backs of the other departments who have larger vacancies.
Okay, but in the police department, it would be, right?
No, they would hire and then it would be shifted.
It will. Okay, I'll stop. I'm done. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this item? Okay, is there any other discussion on the police portion of the budget? Yes, Alderman Stoyer?
This may have been answered already, Chief, but 50506 Packer overtime, I just want to make sure, that's paid for, but no, that was just starting last year.
Different line item.
Pardon?
Was that a line item that was moved in the budget? The Packer overtime it's offsetting revenue. Last year we did some.
Yeah, we changed the way that we calculate the Packer overtime, or the way that we track our calculator overtime, and I think I'll throw that to the finance department because they have better grip on that than I do.
This is a true reimbursement. You said these events, special events, have overtime, and then we also charge back the revenue. In the past, we put the expense in here, and we've also put the revenue in here. So this year, we have not put the expense revenue side in here because they're a wash. And what happens is as they incur them, we are going to do a budget amendment to show both sides on it. Because they're unplanned, we don't know what the dollar amount is. Wash, revenue and expenses. That is something that, and there's two reasons. One for expenditure restraint, expenditure that is in your budget, and yet you have a true revenue offset. It's a true reimbursement. We have gotten clearance, we have gotten auditor, and we work with governmental finance officers. Cases, they said that is what the majority of them do. They do not put them in their amendments, they will offset it. And we charge back plus a little bit of premium because we do all the benefits and taxes. So it's a true reimbursement. So that has been removed from both the police and the fire's overtime line for the PACA overtime. This is the first year we are making that, I guess, the accounting change.
Sure. Alderman Stoyer, if you remember last year, we reduced like 300,000 from police and reduced the revenue by 300,000 so that it would get us below that expenditure restraint.
With the fact that it's a wash, I mean, we still have to reflect it in the budget? No.
As an amendment.
Hmm.
That's what you said, Dave. You amended the budget.
Okay, Diana. I just wanted to ask if it's a wash, we still need to show it?
No, we are not going to show it in our original budget. It will be in our revised budget. As you see on this, in our book right now, you have original budgets and you have revised budgets.
Mm-hmm.
And that case, that's where you're going to see it going forward. You're not going to have a overtime line and you're going to see a revision. I mean, you're going to see in the original budget, it won't be in there, but it'll be in the revised budget.
Okay, I guess that's fine, thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? We can take action. We have a motion and a second to approve the police portion of the budget, page 89. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. We move to the humane officer.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve on the humane officer portion of the budget. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Anybody on the floor? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. All right. She's good for another year. And police capital, page 93. I have a motion to approve. And we have a second. For discussion, I would just ask, what happened in 2017 that we are $700,000 over our projection, other than the buildings falling apart? This is under equipment replacement.
Was the bonding that we bonded all the police equipment last year, as you recall, we had it in our budget and we took it out and put it into the bonding fund, so that's where it's.
Okay, and it's being reflected here. And then the 612 request for 2018. And then obviously that's a number that you're comfortable with here. Okay. We have a motion and a second for approval. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. All right. Fire and fire capital. We'll take both of these at once here. This begins on page 104 of the budgets.
Make a motion to approve to get it going.
I have a motion to
Second.
approve and a second, and this is for discussion. I will ask just one question real quick. Again, we're looking at the contractual services, which in most departments has continued to go up. And here it's gone from 159,000 a year ago with a projection this year of 190 and a request next year of an additional $26,000 over that. What is that for, Chief Litton?
Chairman Moore, as Director or IT Director Ronick mentioned before, we're seeing a couple of different areas that are causing those increases. Most of that is due to the move to what's called an air card for our computer-aided dispatch. So the county's changing their dispatch system from an old antiquated system that is no longer supported. They bought a new system, and in that new system we are going to improve technology. That improved technology means we're moving from a modem-based computer to an air card base, which means basically it's a cell phone. It's a card that's internal in a computer that doesn't help. It makes the system work the way it should work. In other words, we can get real-time mapping on our computers when our guys are responding to emergency calls. Right now, what happens is, if the guys are trying to follow a route to a call, it's choppy. It'll show them, and then all of a sudden it'll disappear, and then it'll get picked up by the next tower, and so forth down the line. With these air cards, the service is as close to 100% as you can get. It also provides for us the ability to pull up real-time pre-plans on all of our buildings, so that essentially it's a safety issue for our fire department personnel. It gives them a real-time view of what they're going to. Essentially, any hazards that might be there, electrical shutoffs, water connections, all those different things that we are concerned about, gives us a complete pre-plan of the building. In other words, our guys are out looking at these buildings, and they put them in a computer, and then they know what they're going to. So that's a $22,000 increase for those air cards, and that's going to be an ongoing basis from this point forward. That's not a one-time expense. That's the expense going forward. The other area we're seeing an increase in, we used to store our fireboat over the winter at Transit. This boat's bigger than the one we had before. Transit no longer has any space for us, so we've had to rent space. That's a $2,000 expense to us. We've checked with everybody else, city facilities, and we essentially don't have any place to go with it, so we have to store it at South Bay Marina. It's a place we could get in. They let us use their slip there year-round for free. They would not give us storage space for free because we're essentially taking somebody else's spot. So that's really the major increases in there. We've had some, again, on our software, so our fire records management software and our staffing software, both of those we're seeing increases in the annual maintenance costs on those. And the maintenance includes all the updates and things that they do to it on a regular basis. So those things, they continue to get more sophisticated, but they're also charging us more for them. So that's where the major increases are at in that line.
Okay. I'll go to Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, just a couple items. 52008 on page 105. Under laundry, there's a big drop, and I don't know if you just explain that.
Yeah, that line item, we've changed essentially what we're doing with laundry. So the laundry is all the things that go on in the fire stations, from towels to linens to bed clothing for the guys for sleeping at night and so forth. And we were renting those through Aramark. And essentially, we did some research this year and said, look, we can buy all of that, and we can maintain it ourselves and just keep it in-house, and the guys will do all the laundry themselves. We can reduce the money there. But what I did, I took it from the laundry line and put it into the training line. Just because it made no sense for us to continue to pay somebody to do something that we could do and buy and maintain ourselves. The quid pro quo on that was I needed more money in training, so that's where I shifted it to.
As well? You don't know? Okay.
Departments.
One other item, a little further down on the page on 54042 oxygen medical supplies. Just a little bit of a jump in that as well, and just explain that. A bit of a jump.
It's a jump because we've got increasing calls. Oxygen is oxygen. When a patient's medical condition calls for it, we have to give it to them. It's not something that we're going to withhold. And we've just had a big jump in our call volume and the fact that patients need the oxygen. I will tell you that we are also looking at this line item for maybe a different way of, maybe a different vendor or a different way of handling that. We're in research of that right now. I may have an answer for you by next Tuesday. There might be I might be able to take this down a little bit based on what we find out before next Tuesday.
Bring that back to
I will. Yep.
Go to Alderman Dwayne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I just heard you mention that you wish you put a little bit more into training and travel. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, sure can. So we've had 44 officers retire from this department over the last 4 years, and so we've got a much younger group of guys that are coming in, and just through our everyday normal day-to-day operations, we identify strengths and weaknesses in our officers. And when we identify something that we feel that a class that an officer would benefit from, we tend to go out and try to find a class that is local, None of them are free. A lot of that can be through NWTC, but some of the classes there at NWTC might cost $100, $150. So we've shifted that money into that line itself for our line officers so that we have more of an ability to send them to some of that outside training. Now, we do a ton of training all day long in-house, but sometimes there's some specialized training out there that we need our officers to hear from another subject matter expert, and those are the things that we've identified that we want to get our officers out to.
What would you say would be a fair assessment of what you really need? 41,000 in there now, right?
Yeah, I'm good with what I've asked for this year. I think that, if I said I was going to try to do this all in 1 year, I'd ask for, another 25,000. But you know what, we're good with this amount that we requested because I will work, we'll work the officers, though the ones that we identify, with the biggest needs, we'll identify those first and we'll get those in, and that's what we're doing right now. So I'm good at that number. I'm not going to sit here and say I wouldn't take more money, but realistically, where we stand with all the other departments, I am good with what we've requested there.
When I hear a chief say that, train, and Chief Smith knows that too, training your people, public safety, that's number one importance because we depend on you guys. And I have no problem if try to get $25,000 in there for you, but it might be a little hard pressed now that you said you'll do without it. I should have talked to you beforehand. I didn't know that this was a problem. But we did our talking a long time ago.
This is not my first rodeo either, right? I'm confident, we have two different training lines, so one of them is training and travel. That's ones where we send guys out a little bit further from here, and the other one is the drill instruction line. We've increased both of those a little bit in both lines, and I'm confident right now that what I've asked for, we will use all of it, number one, and then we'll evaluate it in 18, and if I need more, I'll come back and ask for it in 19.
Okay. Yeah, and besides, the reason I'm really not worried about it now is because, one, you said you can do it, but two, if something comes up and you need it in any department, what DPW, whatever, we're going to do what we can to help you out. So, thank you.
Alderman Slotnick?
Thank you, Joe. I'd like a little bit of conversation on the 55-105 line radio maintenance contract. Now, across the years 2015 and 2016, our average spending on that item was $11,000. And now we're up to $23,000 for next year. What's driving that?
Two things. The radio parts themselves, I guess, the radios that we use are older, and so the portable radios, your favorite vendor, the batteries have to be replaced. They're at the point now where we're having to replace system-wide our batteries, and those are fairly expensive, so I've got $5,000 in there for replacing batteries.
Is there only one source of those batteries?
No, there are actually multiple sources of those, and I think that Randy Frayling does a really good job of finding the best price on those.
Okay,
it's not like I can't. There are multiple sources of the batteries. There are of course, OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers, and there are the others. And we have tried both, and right now we are actually trying both, and we'll see if the others last as long as the OEMs. In other words, what's the cost benefit there? So
Okay.
we're in a kind of in a validation period right now on that. The other area that we increased their $5,000 this year, and this is a one-time thing this year, is for reformatting the radios. Again, countywide on the fire service side, we have what's called templates. So all of our templates across the county are exactly the same. And because of some change in operational issues, both internally and externally, we have got to change. So in other words, on Bank A, position 1 is Green Bay Fire Main, and then there's all these other radio channels that we have to be able to get to because we operate not only in the city but around the county. So there's been some changes there, and so we have to reformat those templates, and that's the cost to do so.
So is that reformatting something that Randy does, or do we have to send that out?
No, that's something that'll have to go out. I think Randy can do. I don't think he can do all of that. It's just too labor intensive.
Okay.
With all of his other duties.
All right, thank you. Nothing else.
Okay. Sorry, Alderman Dwayne?
Chief, one more thing on page 108. equipment, replacement and new. I see a couple things on here that, they're not real high-cost items, but we're not ordering them. 1,400 feet of pressure LDH. Now, I don't know what any of this is, so I'm just gonna give you the 4 items here. Replace outdated tubular webbing, QuantiFit fit testing machine, and officer side intake valves. I mean, were they taking it out for any reason, or you just don't need them, or what's?
Remove those on request of, in order to get in line with what our budget request was from the mayor's office. The 1,400 feet of large diameter hose, it's replacing 5-inch hose that we use, hook the hydrants to the fire engines. We know that, we test this stuff every year. Guys can attest to that. We know that when it's starting to look like maybe it could potentially fail, during that test because we pressure test it. We just know that we've got some that has that potential at this point. Well, we asked for, those are, right, so those are typically 100-foot lengths of hose, so that would be 14 lengths right there. I think that we asked for 14 lengths because we think that might potentially happen, and it may not. I can guarantee you that if it doesn't happen this year, it will next, and so you'll see this item back in next year's budget. And if it does happen, trust me, I will replace them either way. I would not let a safety issue like that go by. I would come back. That's just essentially it's rescue webbing for our guys. Personally, it's a tool that they use in the event that one of them or a civilian is incapacitated, and they use that to move either other firefighters or patients. I'm taking that money. If you'll remember, we've got had a bonding for our rescue tools that the council and you guys approved. We've got I got 2 other things coming through that, but I'm going to have enough money left in that line item from the bonding to buy that tubing out of there. So I took that out. So that's fine. The quantitative fit testing machine, that's a machine that's required not only in the fire department but also public works, parks and forestry. We have one machine for the entire city. Anybody that wears an air pack, SCBA, like our firefighters do, or a respirator like Public Works and the parks do, they have to be fit tested every year, annually, by federal regulation to make sure that they get a good seal on their mask. We were asking for one additional one because it is such it's difficult to get the machine in one place between all of the city departments to get. When I've got 186 or 188 people, we have to get through that. And they're on different shifts, and they're on different schedules, and then trying to public works guys getting theirs done, and then Parks and Recs, one machine while we're getting it done is a pain. So we were looking to expand that to 2. Is it something we've lived without it? What's that?
Does the police department use it?
Not do you? Yeah, SWAT team, yeah, for their masks. So
if we got one more dam, like Parks and DPW would have one, and then Public Safety would have one.
that'd be correct. And that cost us about $9,000.
HR has the first one.
Yeah, so that runs through Colleen right now.
Okay.
And then the last thing you had on there, the side intake valves. That's just those are large. Those are 4. We were looking to add 4 large diameter intakes on the officer side on our fire engines. We're going to do 4 this year and 4 next year. It's a matter again of, so when you pull up on the fire scene and you hit a hydrant, sometimes we have to take the hose across the road because that's where the hydrant's at. And so if we had intake valves on both sides of the engine, of course we wouldn't stretch it across the road. We'd put it on curbside to the hydrant. We don't have that ability right now, and we need a total of 8 there. We were going to do 4 and 4.
Well, you don't have 4 in yours.
Well, they were taken out. Yeah, part of the process.
Okay, so and you need 1 machine. And I'm not too sure. I would wait to see if those high pressure LDH, whatever they are, last another year. So that's how many of them? 14. Okay. Mr. Chairman, now let's just calculate this together. If we have 14 of the pressure LDHs that'd be 12,600, correct? Okay, and then we got one machine, and it's kind of like, it's 9,300?
Yes.
Okay. Or, yeah, 9,300. And then 4 of the valves, that's 8,000, correct?
2,000.
Oh, 4, okay, 2,000, okay. So what's the total, Joe?
23,900.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, do we make a motion to put these in bond form? I mean, how would I do that? What's the process here?
I think for bonding, since that's a separate request, it would just be a request for the chief to add these items to his bonding request.
And
And then
that's
we
at
would
the end
take
of
that
the-
up in March.
Can we do that? Okay. I'm good. No, he's gonna just.
Chief, while we're on that right there, I see the cap tile fund for Marine One fireboat. And that's an $18,000, is this a one-time?
If you remember when the boat came in, that was a private-public venture.
Yep.
We ended up, the city ended up with a $90,000 cost on the boat. It was a $325,000 boat. So the balance of that was paid for by several of our private companies here in the city. And so the manufacturer of the boat, who happens to be here in Wisconsin, agreed to let us finance our portion of that $90,000 at $18,000 a year over 5 years. So we have a payment due, and we've already paid this year, so we've got one due in 18, one in 19, then that goes away.
Okay, all right, I think that clears that up. Alderman Scannell, do you have a question? No. Okay. Is there any other further discussion on the fire budget? Take action. We have a motion and we have a second for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. All right. We'll move on to DPW, and we'll just take these one at a time and in order, starting on page 118 with engineering.
We'll start off by making a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. This will be for discussion. Engineering. Director Grenier, the only question I have is on your books, maps, and subscriptions. It's a 40% increase. Are there just additional dues, additional things that we're getting involved in here, or this would be on page 119, line 54004. I'd be interested in reducing that a couple thousand if you think that's feasible.
Books, maps, and subscriptions, for AutoCAD support, for an annual service pack. The increases over last year are due to $2,500 for support, $200 for a service pack on AutoCAD, $160 for additional licensing fees, and $180 for Adobe Pro. So all of this is for design software that's utilized by engineering staff.
As long as you can account for it, then I'm good on that.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, Alderman.
What was the total of those increases you just went through? Okay, so I'm looking at that line. In 2015, the spending was just under $2,000. In 2016, it was $2,167, and year-to-date in 2017, it's $3,125. So even if we've got $3,000 worth of new stuff for next year, I don't get to $10,240.
The AutoCAD is it's more kind of a proprietary program, so you can't go and purchase an alternative from somebody.
I'm not questioning the $3,000 additional you say you need. I'm just looking at
No,
what you're
what I'm saying
spending
is
has
when
been.
we put the budget together, it's based off of the quote that I receive from the AutoCAD vendor. So I'm going to have to check to see why we haven't expended those funds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you get back to me on that?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Alderman Slotnick, anything else?
Yeah, I got a couple things.
Okay. And we're on engineering yet.
The line item 55101, equipment repairs. what goes into that line item? Because again, looking back, I see 2015 it was $300, 2016 it was $1,000. So far this year, we only spent $345. And so I don't understand why we should be budgeting 2,000.
It's typical miscellaneous equipment, so a lot of it is a lot of it is related to our concrete testing equipment and some of our survey equipment. We keep the $2,000 in there because if something on a piece of survey equipment goes, we're going to expend that $2,000 in a hurry.
But you don't think you're going to need $2,000 based on your previous years of spending?
If you would like to reduce that down to something, we'd be open to doing that. It's a calculated risk.
I'd move we reduce it to 1,000.
Okay.
And I understand if you have a year where you need more, you're going to spend it. I'm moving that equipment repairs be reduced to 1,000.
We have a motion for reduction on line 55101 of $1,000. Is there a second? That motion will fail for a level.
I have one question.
Are you seconding this for discussion, or are you?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, second for discussion by Alderman Steuer. Yes, Mark?
Thank you, Chair. One of the issues I'm having right now is that the budget book I'm looking at and the one that Alderman Slotnick is looking at seem to be, we have different numbers at times, and I realize one's adjusted and one isn't, so I'm just wondering.
I think the only adjustment there, Alderman Steuer, is that Alderman Slotnick has numbers back to 2015, and our book only goes to 2016. But otherwise, everything was accurate across the board on that.
All right.
They should be, they should fit other than that.
All right, one thing I talked to Director Grenier a little bit on the budget, and I think one of the things he brought up was that, they're trying to make this as bare bones as possible, and I'm just wondering, a lot of times you'll agree, okay, we'll take 1,000 here, 1,000 there, but it sounds to me from the conversations I've had with you this year, as opposed to the last couple of years, that you are really saying this is what we need. So that's why I have a hard time looking at any cuts right now, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm looking at it that way. So that's all I have.
Okay, we have the motion and the second for reduction of $1,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. And that motion fails.
Okay. Moving on to the training and travel line. You're budgeting $12,950 for next year. You've spent $7,000 so far this year. Tell me why so much more for next year. 52001.
Yeah, this is on page 118. It's the bottom line.
I'm aware of where it is. Why we're looking so much more next year, we have an engineer on staff now that we didn't have in the past who is certified or who has recently become certified for bridge inspection. And we are looking at about a $3,000 increase to send her to a course on fracture critical bridge inspections next year.
So that's a one-time increase?
It will probably be every 4 or 5 year. I'm trying to remember what the inspection frequency is on fracture critical bridges, so you have to get recertified on a periodic basis. It's not an every year. I think we inspect bridges every other year for routine inspections. Then there are certain other inspections on bridges like fracture critical, scour, various other bridge aspects, which are at a longer frequency. So fracture critical is going to be coming up. And it may wind up being like an every 4 or 5 year. I don't know offhand what that frequency is.
So have we needed in the past to contract out?
We have
those
contracted
inspections?
those services out.
And you show a reduction in contract?
Actually, with some of the contract, to contract some of these inspections out, we've actually bonded for that in the past. That's been part of our capital program at
So
times.
that contracting doesn't show up in these line items?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the engineering portion of DPW? Alderman Steuer?
All right. Maybe I'm jumping ahead here. Page 121. I'm jumping ahead. Never mind.
Okay, so we have do we have a motion and second on engineering yet?
Yeah, yes, I'm in motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve the engineering portion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? We'll move to operations. Alderman Steuer?
Okay, page 121. Just for clarification, 53001, contractual services, notice a 53% jump. You may have explained some of that already, Steve, but I'd like to just get a little.
Jump in contractual services, there is $6,000 in the budget to lease the West Side Yardways site from Brown County. Previously, we've been allowed to occupy that site at no cost. Brown County has changed that policy, and we now have to pay $6,000 a year to lease that property. Trying to get off of that property and onto ours, but it's requiring some pretty significant permitting challenges with Department of Natural Resources and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. Another item further down, 54060, soil, sand, and gravel. I don't know if that number is correct. The 200%.
Historically, we were able to obtain topsoil at no cost from Parks Department. We are no longer able to do that, so we are forced to buy it.
I'm just looking at the percentage, maybe. So from, what am I looking at here? I'm just looking at.
It's going from 2,000 to 6,000.
Pardon?
Budget to budget, it's going from 2,000 to 6,000.
That's 200%. I guess so, 400, 600, correct.
Doubling it twice.
We're doing it twice. I'm pretty good at math, generally. All right, one other item, barricades and, was it culvert? 54063, that just went up 172.
Yes. Are you familiar with, if you see a guardrail alongside the road, there is a large square tiger striped end on that. That's called an energy absorbing terminal end. And it lasts about the first 50 feet or so of rail. The whole thing is a system. 9 times out of 10, when a guardrail is struck, it's struck in the EAT. Those things are very expensive, and we are getting a lot of them hit. We're not always successful in recovering those costs through insurance from the offending driver, because sometimes they don't stop.
Has this gone up over time, or is it just, okay. All right.
We have been very successful in absorbing a lot of costs over the years because we had some fluff in our budget. That fluff has largely been trimmed away over the last 5 budget cycles, and it doesn't exist anymore, so we are getting a more accurate line-by-line item of everything that we're spending.
Appreciate that. All I have for now.
Thank you, Alderman Slayer. Alderman Dwayne?
Yeah, just a quick question. Steve, if you will. I'm looking at equipment and stuff like that. I really don't see a lot on here. Do you have equipment that you're needing that's going to be bonded for or something that I don't see it here? I mean, are you good with it?
If you take a look at the 55-130 line item, city equipment usage, what happens is every time that a piece of equipment rolls out the door, our staff keeps track of not only labor on their card, but also equipment. So on a monthly basis, that equipment is charged back out of the 55-130 account out of the 101 and goes into what we call our 203 equipment replacement fund. So there's an internal tracking mechanism. What we do is we start with that 203 fund, and that 203 fund covers all gas, oil, lubricants, equipment repairs, and our equipment replacement program. So we start with that, and we back into what we need under 55-130.
But you're good at what you're at.
That 55-130 number, this year we're bumping it up. We originally had it bumped up last year. We cut it back because we bonded for garbage trucks, and we're getting back to where we need to be, so because our equipment is getting more and more expensive. Yes.
Thank you. And Director Grenier, I'll just ask, with the increased budget in joint sealing, obviously this is preventative maintenance. So if you want to put a percentage of streets or a number of lineal feet that this additional bonding, or I'm sorry, this additional budgeting actually will handle, I'm just curious to hear that number. I know that there's been such a push on infrastructure and maintenance. I'm not interested in reducing that number. This would be on line 54064 of page 121 for anybody paying attention and following along.
Joint sealing materials, 5406.
54064.
We're at 94.2. We were purchasing about another 90,000 pounds worth of material, as opposed to about 135,000 pounds from previous year.
Perfect.
So give or take another 60%.
It's wonderful, thank you.
Now, some of that material, we've also changed some of the materials because as we're getting deeper into this program, we're learning what works and what doesn't. Crack sealing is not a one-size-fits-all kind of an approach. So if you've been on East Mason Street near I-43 recently, some of those joints that have failed out there have failed due to a different mechanism than just a standard crack. As a result, I like to refer to it as a bodied filler, okay? If you use a wood glue just is a simple adhesive, correct? Okay, but if you use model glue on plastic airplane or a plastic model, there's actually PVC in a toluene base. It's a bodied solvent. So some of this crack material we have has some material in the rubber, and that helps fill some of the larger cracks spanning those gaps. Doesn't allow the thermal expansion and contraction, so it works better on certain pavements. So we're also, in addition to buying more material to do more roads, we're buying a larger variety of material so we have the correct tools in the box to address all the situations we run into.
Okay. And then one last question for you on the recycling program, 54068. Is this the fee that we were paying Brown County for tipping? I think a couple years back it went from about a $15 per ton
that's all,
revenue to a $15 per ton.
That's all included in the tipping fee. That's
Okay,
reflected.
that's all included in
The tipping fee that you're seeing in the book is actually a net.
Because it's a floating fee throughout the year.
Well, we're making some anticipations, but we're netting off the recycling revenues versus, so instead of showing, as Director Ellenbecker was talking about, because it's a true net out, like the Packer overtime, we can help manage our expenditure restraint if we net that landfill,
Okay.
because I'm only getting billed that amount from Brown County. They're taking that recycling revenue off, they're not sending me a check.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
This is actually educational materials and things related to our recycling program.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion regarding, yes, Alderman Slottick.
Steve, I'd like to spend a minute on 56101 electricity. I'm given to understand that Public Service has told us there's no increase for next year, but you want to go up $15,000 or so. What's going on?
We replaced our diesel-powered tub grinder with an electric tub grinder.
And how much? And that's all electrical power for one device?
Yes. That thing runs almost continuously, and I believe the motor on it is 60 horse.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything further regarding operations?
Actually, I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. Steve, on that tub grinder, I remember the problems that we were having with that over time. Are you saying that these are resolved now with the way things are set up? There wasn't? Maybe. Okay, I guess the power end of it?
There were some operational learning that needed to be realized.
Okay.
Call
Wow,
operator
that's
error.
heavy. All right.
I'm not going there, Steve.
Yeah.
Alderman Nennick.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know if I heard him correctly, but I thought I heard the mayor say earlier that there's some new initiative for sidewalks that he's proposing. Director Grenier, can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't believe you heard him correctly. I think what he was telling you was there is some additional emphasis that he wished placed on sidewalks as a pedestrian mode of transportation, and he had asked me, should the wheel tax become successful, to reallocate some of that money from the wheel tax into sidewalk programs, because it is a transportation-related expense.
Alderman Scandal?
Thank you, Chair. Right now, are the property owners responsible for sidewalks?
Yes.
So if the wheel tax goes through, then again, just like special assessments for the roads, they would no longer be responsible for the sidewalks, or?
There are instances where the city is also responsible
Ah.
for sidewalks.
We could special assess ourselves, eh?
Curb ramps, detectable warning fields, and tree damage walk, all
Okay.
is the city's responsibility.
Okay, right, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Alderman Scannell. Is there any further discussion regarding the operations portion of DPW? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. We'll move on to traffic.
Move to approve.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval. This will be for discussion. I have two items on here. Wait a second. Actually, I think I got both of these answered already.
Okay, then I'll go.
So I'm good. I will defer over to Alderman Slottick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, tell me about material and supplies, because I see that going from 14,000 to a budget proposal of 22,000. The 14,000 was actual spending in 2016.
This would be page 124, line item 54001.
I believe those are primarily supplies used by the electricians, and they're primarily related to electrical components with, sometimes with ancillary to, but not necessarily part of, traffic signals and or controllers for lighting systems.
That's primarily what goes in that line?
That is my recollection, yes.
Okay, so-
And as we start owning more and more of those systems, that price keeps going up.
The price of the units?
No, the expenditure, the total amount of expenditure keeps going up. As we start taking on more and more streetlight systems, they become ours, as opposed to being renting them from Wisconsin Public Service. If we are on a WPS-owned system, we pay a rate to them, and they are responsible for not only the maintenance of the light itself, which is reflected in streetlight maintenance, but then some of the ancillary components, the lighting system drivers and things of that nature. That's our system. They no longer take care of that, so we have to do that.
So are we taking on so many more of those that it's costing us 50% more for this item than it did in 2016?
We are starting to take on enough that we are short electricians.
Why are we taking them on?
Over the long haul, it's a lesser cost overall. By the time we pay for the installation of the light, the replacement of the light, and then the maintenance on the light, it's cheaper for our guys, especially as we start moving to LED technology. It wasn't so much when they were high pressure or incandescent lights, because the change-out rate of the luminaire, the bulb would go out far more frequently. As the luminaires have gotten better in an LED format, it's becoming more and more attractive for us to do that, because we can gain, when we go to a metered, when we own the system, it's on a meter. When they own the system, it's not. We just pay a flat rate. We've been able to hold that LS1 unmetered rate at a pretty steady level, because over time they've been substituting in LED fixtures. So as electrical costs have gone up, they've put low energy consumption, it kind of comes out in the wash. With us, if we're owning the system and we can realize the energy savings, and streetlight electricity has held or has gone down in recent years, we're able to realize some of those savings and help pay for that.
Okay. Thank you. How about 55-141 signal replacement? We budgeted this year way up at $120,000. Year to date, we've only spent 18, and previous 2 years was 21 and 47 actual spending. Why are we budgeting 85 for next year? Why did we budget 120 for this year?
Well, I don't know that we budgeted 120. I think our glide path is looking at 120. Roy Campbell, lead electrician, typically does end-of-year replacement. We wind up not spending anything out of that account until the very end of the year, and then we just buy it up.
But you're saying the budget for this year was not 120,000?
That's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 85, not 120. I'm seeing a glide path projection of 120 because we got some, or am I wrong?
I'm seeing 85,000 as a proposal for next year, but I'm seeing 120,000 as this year's budget, but this year's actual spending, the year to date, is 18.
The budget was 85. The projection for 2017 is 120, and the budget for 18 is 85. So there's no increase in the budget request, but this is 35,000 below what we're projected to actually spend.
So you don't show a 2017,
My 2017 revised budget shows $85,000.
Actual in 2017 projected.
that's different from,
And I believe the glide path may be that we have some outstanding POs out there. We had to do a revised budget. Okay.
okay. Okay, I'm just, just going by the numbers you sent me, all right? I don't have anything else.
Any further discussion from the committee regarding the traffic portion? Ready on the floor? Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And we'll move on to DPW Capital.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion from the committee regarding this item? Seeing none? We've got the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. All right. And we will now go to page 158, which is miscellaneous budgets. I have a motion to approve. Can I get a second for discussion?
Second for discussion.
And we have a second for discussion. I do have two items on this one. First being the contingency. I had requested we add $100,000 to our contingency in case the need arose for closed captioning, something that would be required. I don't think we have to comply until there's a complaint. However, this is on page 159, and this is line 59001 for contingency. Well, I do have correspondence back and forth with Diana and Mike Cronick on this, that every committee meeting and council meeting can be closed captioned and published for about $40,000. So I'm going to ask that I'll make a motion right now that we reduce the contingency line by $60,000 per staff's recommendation.
Second.
And we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That'll bring us down to, $150,000 in contingency. And then the other item on here, we're pretty short on our celebrations budget this year, $26,000. I'm not asking for a great reduction because I do see a lot of benefit in celebrations, but I would make a motion that we reduce the celebrations budget by $5,000 from 45 to 40,000.
Move it 10,000, we still got 35,000, it's still well above what they're using.
Mr. Chairman,
I would accept that amendment to reduce it by 10,000.
Mr. Chairman, just some additional data. On that
Yes,
line-
Alderman Slotnick.
On that line, in 2015, we spent 44,000, and 2016, we spent 43,000. So we do have a history of spending in excess of $40,000.
Sure.
And I understand the year-to-date number seems awfully low, but,
Well, we are coming up on Thanksgiving and Christmas and some other things now, so I think that I would, I think I would, I'd rather stick with my original motion of reducing by 5,000, and we'll just have to tighten our belts here a little bit.
I'll second that.
And we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. Is there any other discussion on the miscellaneous budget?
Just one question. Thank you.
Alderman Slotnick?
Diana, what is line 51-204? What is that?
Levy supported. That is, retirees medical.
Got it. Thank you.
Every year it goes down by one.
Okay, so we're still following that.
Yes, we are. Yes,
Wonderful.
We are in year 6 or 7. Yes.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.
Yes. So every year, that's why you're seeing it drop year over year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other discussion from the committee? And anybody on the floor? Seeing none, we have a motion and we have a second for approval of the miscellaneous portion of the budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. And we'll go to page 168. This is sanitary sewer. Motion to approve and a second. This will be for discussion on sanitary sewer. Director Grenier, I've just got one question on this one, and it's on the license and permitting. I think there's another spot in the budget as well where there's a very large increase here. This would be on page 170, line 53014. Historically, we have a $12,700 budget, and we're looking at $121,000 this year. So I don't know if this is a number that got relocated from somewhere else, transferred, typoed.
We'd put some money into that budget in the anticipation of potential implementation of a third-party software program for asset management. It's called CityWorks.
Could I get a little bit more information on that? I mean, is this, so this is anticipated $100,000 cost. Is this something that has been to committee yet, or is coming to committee for a presentation or anything? I guess I'm not really familiar with what CityWorks is.
CityWorks takes a request for service through invoicing, if you want to think of it that way, and ties it together with the GIS database. So work orders can be generated through that. Right now, we currently do everything by fax. We still use a fax and hard copy.
When we move on to stormwater utility in a little bit here, there's
Done the same thing with
$120,000
stormwater.
there as well. It's the same thing. So
We could
200.
easily pull that $100,000 back out of the two. It's a pretty significant fee. And continue evaluations. Again, when I was working with Mr. Heckenleibel on developing these budgets, he wanted to have the money in there in case we decided to pull the trigger.
yeah, it's a lot harder to put it back in.
Well, all it means is that we will not implement a third-party software. I mean, we are also working with IT to try to develop something similar in-house.
Okay.
But at the time we started pulling the budget together, we weren't there.
Okay. I wouldn't be comfortable including this. I'd like to reduce that budget line item by $105,000. In fact, I'll just make a motion to reduce by $105,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Yes, Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Chair. Steve, maybe I missed it. Is this like a one-time type of budget item, or is this something, just explain that again, the 121,000?
No, typically this is a licensing fee that comes up on an annual basis to run. When we had a discussion earlier tonight with IT about increasing software costs, okay? You don't buy software anymore. You rent it. And when the companies have this type of software, you're renting something rather expensive, and you're renting it per license, per seat. So with something like this, we're looking at 60, 70 seats at a couple $1,000s a year.
Okay, I was wondering about the time frame. You're looking, this is the budget for this year, but you're looking at this as a 1 year?
No, this becomes a licensing fee you pay every year.
Every year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water utility is already running CityWorks. That's why we looked at it. And we were actually looking at piggybacking off of their contract to help keep the costs down.
You said you're working with IT on this. Is there some confidence level that you might be able to do something in-house, or not? Hard, no idea. Okay, that's all for now.
We will go to Alderperson Dorf.
Thank you. So Steve, by implementing this, there must be some savings somewhere else then, right? Where, if the workload looks like it's being shifted over to that software program, is there some savings somewhere else? Or why would we just add this on? Like, if there's less faxes? Okay.
Matter of fact, the big part of it is documentation and having easily searchable, easily extractable documentation on the sanitary side. That goes along with what we call our CMOM, our Capacity Management Operation and Maintenance Program, that has been required by US EPA. On the stormwater side, it goes along with our MS4 permit. So the reporting requirements, us being able to extract that information, document how many calls for service, where were they, geographical distribution, integrating all that stuff with our GIS system, getting our maintenance records tied together with it, that's all being dictated to us by our oversight agencies. I know, surprise, surprise, unfunded government mandates. We're currently trying to do them, but we're doing them longhand. Correct. Or they're not getting done very well.
I would be interested, Director Grenier, to have something come before the Public Works or INS committee showing how it's streamlined and where your cost savings come in on that. And okay, I would have more so entertained using like the state trust fund for the first year, and then bonding after or putting it in the budget after that. I just don't think that this is the right budget for it. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor in reducing by 105,000? Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. Are there any other items in the sanitary sewer portion of the budget that anybody would like to discuss? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor to approve? Aye. Opposed? None. And we will go to parking utility. A motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will ask, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. All right. And we'll go to storm sewer. This is page 177 of the budget book.
Same item.
Yeah, a motion to approve and a second. And then this is where I would.
Motion you want to make?
Yeah, this is where I would ask on line 53014 with license and permitting. Now, stormwater utility is already using this. Does this mean this has to stay? Or no? Okay. Here's where I would ask then for that reduction of 112,000. I'll make that motion. We have a motion and a second to reduce that line item by $112,000. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. That was the only item I had there. Is there further discussion from the committee?
No.
On the floor? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And page 196, we get into debt service. Is there any discussion on the debt retirement? We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And page 199, beginning on page 199 will be neighborhood enhancement. We've got a motion and I have a second to approve. This will be for discussion. Is there any comment from the committee? From the floor? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And we get into workers' compensation on page 203.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and second to approve workers' comp. Any discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. General liability, page 204. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Health insurance escrow, page 205.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second for approval on the health insurance escrow. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And we will get into revenues. Revenues begin on page 207. We'll take a motion and a second real quick. And then we have motion to approve and a second, and this will be for discussion. I have a couple of questions here, and I'm not sure where exactly it needs to go to, but the first question I have is regarding the coal tax. I'm curious if that is a federal mandate that caused that reduction from the previous history on this? I'm sorry, this is line 41132 on page 207.
What happened is there was a double counting of the coal. We were actually, in the previous years, we had been counting it when it came in, and when it came out, and double counting. So in this case, this is the information I've got from our assessor. And so that is the two things. The volume is down, and then there was also some double counting. That is what has driven the reduction.
Is there a reimbursement or anything that's been discussed? Well, then we won't discuss that.
Good idea.
Well, they've actually asked for the money back the last couple of years when they were overcharged, so.
Okay. And then just on the expenditure restraint, the $1,638,000, that's coming from the state. That's just a reduction from last year? If I could just get clarification on that. This is the very bottom line of page 207.
Yes, I have the Wisconsin Department of Revenue sheet that says how much we are going to get.
How much we are eligible to get?
Eligible, correct. I'll have to get back to tell you if I can find out why there was a reduction, if there's
Well, the state can balance their budget by putting it on the backs of the municipalities, so I'm sure that has something to do with it. Okay. Cable TV revenues. This is on page 208. Line 44124. We have actual revenues of $975,000 in 2016, projected over $950,000 in 2017, and we have about a $50,000 reduction for 2018.
Yes, these are your franchise fees, and it's from your cable companies, AT&T and Time Warner. And as they back and forth from AT&T and Time Warner, having more people that are dropping cable, and they are to your DirecTV TVs, your Roku, your Netflix. So we are just seeing a steady, and the numbers just continue to drop.
So we've got an applied surplus line on here, 49300, of $600,000. I'm curious how accurate that is, because a lot of the 2017 actuals and 2017 projections kind of seem a little out of line. And if those are not accurate, how is that applied surplus actually going to be figured out here? One I would bring up is, you know, when you're looking at permits where we're at 685,000, and I'm sorry, I'm going to bounce around for just a second here, but on page 211, your top line, 44,310, permits and it must be connections. Where 2017 actual is 685,000 and our projection is 900,000. I mean, is that realistic that we have another $215,000 in those permitting revenues that are going to come in by the end of the year? Because if that's not realistic, then that obviously doesn't really have that same effect on the applied surplus then.
Yeah, that line, they have been projecting that they're gonna come in less. We kind of asked the department, so get a projection. Maybe it was not updated. I think Kevin, we have been getting information that
Correct. I think where we're coming in, and that probably should reflect closer to where we're at for projected 2018 with the 850, maybe 800. There's still a lot of projects that are out there right now, and it depends whether they take permits by the end of the year or at the exterior, or turning into 2018. There's a few bigger projects out there that still have yet to take out their permits yet, and there's a good chance, one, for example, the Erie Road project, Nature's Way, can still take out by the end of the year. The JBS project, which we've approved, the rail yard project. So some of those bigger ones, in addition to some other remodeling and other things that we've heard about. Look, I don't know if we're going to hit the 900, but I think we will still come fairly close.
Okay, and I believe if it was Alderman Stoyer, I'm not sure, but there's a communication coming forward about, like, a few years back we stopped requiring permits for people to do roofing, siding, and windows in their home, and I think we've seen a really great uptick of really shoddy work since then. And I think that the thought was that you, Alderman Stoyer, that?
Yes, I brought that up.
So, I mean, if this comes back before and gets approved, I would imagine that we'll see a uptick in that. Is it unreasonable to ask for an increase to that $900,000 projection? Look, I can't put the cart before the horse here, thinking that the council will just automatically approve it. I don't know that. But if we're projecting 900,000 in 2017, why not 2018?
I think one of the things we looked at is in, where we were tracking 16 and 17, there were a lot of projects in the queue. I think you looked at what Aurora did in terms of a lot of their expansions. The Packers put on some pretty significant remodeling and expansions. Big projects that I think were, kind of one-time ticket items. Not the only thing, but they definitely helped with that. And so I think that's when coming in, we're trying to be a little bit more conservative with, again, I think there's still some bigger ones coming through. I just don't know, to that degree that we've had in the past. As far as looking at the roofing, siding, window permits, we've been looking, and again, just one of the things too with this last budget session, I mean, the state and what they've done with land use regulations and permitting, they're kind of all over the board on that. So we just wanted to see where things settled in terms of our ability to do some of those. I think we still retain that ability. Bringing that forward through protection and welfare. We'll probably be doing that this winter. With that, I don't know if it would be a substantial amount, given that, a lot of these projects are a little bit smaller than nature. So I don't know, if we'd be going above. I mean, we have minimum $50 for the permits. With that, I don't know, again, maybe pushing $20,000, $30,000. I don't see a substantial amount maybe from those permits. But I think that's a policy discussion also to kind of discuss and looking at the reasons why those were taken off, but also good reasons for putting those back in terms of, look, I think we're one bad storm away from a bunch of, storm chasers coming in here and, kind of taking the public for a spin.
So no.
So Look, as far as, so you're looking for 2018, I would
just
not
didn't know
budge
if
on
it-
the, yeah, look, I'm comfortable with the 850. I think it's probably even a little higher than
We'll leave
maybe
it
we
at-
initially came in at, but I think we can work towards that.
Okay. I will defer to the rest of the committee here. Alderman Slotnick.
Thank you, Joe. I want to go back to where you started this conversation, which is the applied surplus line 49,300. Diana, how was that $600,000 figure developed?
It's on page 208.
It was a guess
Bottom line.
on where revenues would come in and where the actuals for 2017 expenditures were going to come in. And that is assuming that a large land sale comes in that is in the projection. These are slides. I think what happens is there's some of the salaries in here are probably it's a guess.
In the past, we have taken part of the anticipated surplus and applied it to the following year's budget. Does this mean that you are estimating that the entire surplus was going to be 600,000 for 2017, or is that a part of it?
That would be the whole.
The whole thing? Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the general fund revenues from the committee, from the floor? Okay, we'll take action. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. We go to page 217, which is going to be sanitary sewer. We got a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. What was the revenue? If you could just explain real quick.
Because we adjusted the 105,000.
The expense and the revenue both drop.
We will make the appropriate adjustments on the
Okay.
revenue side to respond to the expenditure balance.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll move on to parking utility on page 218.
Move to approve.
Got a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? We'll go to DPW equipment replacement on page 219.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion here? Staff, are you, I'd say Director Grenier, are you satisfied? I mean, I'm sure that you've got some cuts and you have some needs. This is the time, if you feel you really need something to put in, I would let us know.
As Alderman Sawyer indicated, I came with what I absolutely.
Okay.
If you guys give me another $2 million, I'll find a way to spend it, don't worry.
Okay. Sounds good. All in favor on this item?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. And we'll go to storm sewer. Of course, we're noting the change. We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll go on to debt service. Debt service, page 225. Is there any discussion? We have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? None. And we'll go to capital equipment funds, which is pages 227 through 231. I don't think I had anything on this.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion? I'll just ask quickly if there's any discussion from staff on this items. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 3, 4, okay. Opposed? None. Page 232 for neighborhood enhancement.
Move to approve.
I've got a motion to approve. And I have a second. Only question on here that I have is just on land property sales. Is there city-owned, I guess, what is the $126,500 from 2017?
You're looking at line 48300?
Yes, sorry, 48300. And that's on page 232.
Correct. Those are properties that have been sold, basically ones that we've acquired and funds coming back in that we've sold to date. Those are levy-supported ones that were purchased with levy dollars, so they're not part of a TID. They're not part of the neighborhood enhancement. So we did sell a parcel out in I-43, a smaller one, and that's reflecting that cost there.
Is there an opportunity to increase revenues? Let's say when, we do the new homes in your neighborhood, and we basically donate the lot and do the $20,000 forgivable loan. What would be the opportunity of selling the lot for $5,000 and doing a $25,000 forgivable loan? Is that $5,000 something that can be applied then, put into our general fund, or does that need to stay in the neighborhood enhancement?
We've done that.
Yeah, and I think some of the things, look, if it came from a certain fund, it needs to go back into the certain fund. we've generally, especially for, TID expenses, look, we separate. If
Sure.
we got it with the TID money, then we keep it in the TID. One of the things that's tough about some of the enhancement stuff is really a lot of that gets paid back long-term through, the property tax revenues. I think there's some things in terms of helping the enhancement fund last longer. I think that's an opportunity there, being able to recoup some of that through a down payment or selling, those properties to keep that fund replenished more. But in terms of, I think the tough part with levy funds, we're getting to a point where we've gone through and we've found a lot of the city properties that eventually, or at one time, were acquired with levy dollars. We don't have as many of those left to sell. I think there's a few properties, and looking in next year in the future, we have some acreage out on Mason, Finger, even further past Erie Road. I think the extension of the sewer out there will help us be able to finally market and sell that property. A real estate specialist went through and basically identified all of the city properties that look neither DPW or Parks doesn't need. They're a little bit more scattered, so there's some potential revenue there. But look, in practice, I think moving forward, we've tried to separate how we purchase those things, and usually it's been through enhancement or TID, so it doesn't put a burden on the levy in the interim. So in terms of producing additional revenues for that, we're getting to the point where it's going to be harder to kind of hit higher numbers for that, just because we haven't purchased that many properties. And in terms of a policy decision, I think we've talked about purchasing properties with levy dollars. It's better to do it with the neighborhood enhancement, or better to do it with the TIDs that exist.
So we've bonded for neighborhood enhancement funds, and we've used state trust fund for neighborhood enhancement funds. So levy dollars are paying those bonds and paying that state trust. So that's where I'm kind of trying to find a way that we can make that money work for us and can come back into the levy. So maybe this is something we need to bring to, would we bring this to the RDA as a communication? Okay.
Yeah, and I think
I'll talk to you
talk
guys
about
this
what
week
we've
and
done
maybe just bring a communication. Maybe we can reevaluate some of those programs and see if we can use the RDA's distribution of those funds to help put some money back into the general levy.
Sure.
Okay. Is there any other discussion then on this item?
No.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we'll go to, we're on Workman's Comp, page 233.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And to general liability, page 234. We have a motion to approve and we have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye on all that, none opposed. And page 235, health insurance escrow.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's nothing left on that. I will ask for a summary if we've got one. Do we have a summary of what we've done today?
We have reduced $76,350. That does not include sanitary and storm because they have offsetting revenues, so I didn't take them into impact on the levy. And then we have increased revenues by $1,995,000. $9 and rounding up $9.40.
55-cent increase?
Yes, correct, 55.
Okay.
6.2%.
Where does that leave us in regards to ERP? I think we only had like $160,000 buffer, didn't we?
But expenditures
We
actually
took-
went down.
yeah, we took
So
expenditures down.
So-
Expenditures, the expenditure restraint right now, we are under by $230,000.
Okay. Is there any further discussion or anything else that the committee wishes to address?
You know what, I want to ask something, this is out of the
Hold
box,
on.
but
Alderman Dwayne?
at the county budget meeting, the county put $5,000 into a package deal with dealing with the rat problem on the west side. And what that contains is live traps and bringing in the health departments, getting involved, and they're going to be looking at ways to control this. And what they're just asking is for a $5,000 match from the city that really just double the intake of going after. I just wanted to bring that up.
Alderman Scannell, did you want?
You know, I had heard that, but now that 5,000 is to cover not just the west side of Green Bay, it's supposed to be for the county.
They're going to use them for a trap. Their $5,000 going to be used for traps and.
But I thought I'd heard from.
Well, they want, if somebody brings up a problem out there, the farmers were making a joke about, well, we got a lot of rats on our farms. And so that's what that was.
Oh, so, okay.
They were making a mockery of Green Bay, so letting us know.
Oh.
Because they didn't want to vote for it, but they did at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman-
Appreciate that clarification.
Yes.
One second. Alderman Weary, did you have something you wanted to say? Sure. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chairman, and it might have already been answered. I apologize, it came in a little late tonight. I understand the $2 million revenue line was eliminated off the budget. Was there an offset of any kind discussed as far as reduction?
At the time that it was removed, we asked for the offset and where it would be, and decided to go through the budget line by line to try to find it, and we found like 76,000. Shooting a BB gun at a freight train.
Well, I
was the term
appreciate
used
it.
earlier.
Because, and I know, Diana, I've been pestering you the last couple of days about this. I had emailed our finance director on Saturday asking, without the wheel tax option, what change would need to be to the budget? What line item or line items does it replace? And she replied back rather quickly of where the wheel tax was, and it was a miscellaneous revenue, and that we would need to either reduce expenses by $2 million or find $2 million in revenue. And I replied back, what is the breakdown that the $2 million is being allocated towards? What exactly is it being used towards? And the reply was, there's no specific breakdown. It's general DPW expenses and debt expenses. And then I replied back, and each time Director Grenier has been involved in this email chain. So today I asked again, Steve, is the expense side breakdown for the wheel tax the same as what came out of committee? And I haven't heard back.
It was addressed at the beginning, and we got
Is
the
it?
handout. I got the handout.
Yep.
It was the 2.1 that's on here.
Yep.
So this is,
So
what came
therefore-
out of committee was this. The only changes were that it was a segregated fund, and that they put a holiday on it of 4 years. So that was the changes from committee to now. Director Green, is that right? That was the major two changes.
Well, if we're no longer needing to assess for $925,000 and now we're assessing, wouldn't that be, where is that in the line item? This is replacing assessments.
Right.
So where is that line item that says, hey, we no longer need to assess for that? This is kind of interesting accounting, I think. In what came out of committee, we have $500,000 that we used to use from our CDGB and borrowing. So if you want to replace it, our alleys and bridges, $500,000 came from CDGB and borrowing. Well, there you go. There's $500,000 of it. $425,000 was meant for reducing borrowing and program expansion. So we can clearly see there's a $2 million income stream, but it's real hazy and fuzzy and not well delineated where it's being spent. I've asked a couple times over the last few days and been, quite frankly, stonewalled, not by our finance director, but by you, Steve. Where is the money going towards? It's coming in, but we're left scrambling to try and find where it is. So we're like a mouse in a trap here trying to find the cheese, and that's not right. So I think we need more answers on this or send it back to the mayor's office. What's he doing with the $2 million? Is it exactly as we're being told here? If that's it, well, where is it in the budget? Yeah, maybe.
Can I respond to Alderman Murray?
Go ahead. Yep,
Chris,
Alderman Slotnick.
I think the answer to your question, although I haven't figured it out myself, lies in the final block of the mayor's presentation. And it says, to assure that the wheel tax is allocated to a separate account, we need to offset expenses. Therefore, department capital requests will be moved to bonding. This is a combination of city equipment usage, equipment replacement, and new equipment. This allows us to keep a rate of 907 and implement the DPW memo on where the wheel tax goes. I haven't figured out yet what that means. Diana took a try at educating me, but I still don't understand it. So I think we have a lot of looking to do on this yet.
Good questions. Diana, on this document right here where there's reductions of certain lines that add up to that total 2 million, how do these numbers offset the 2 million that was in there? And if these are put back in, then does that offset the $2 million that was removed?
They're not reduced. I mean, those $2 million, that was a recommendation. We had a $2 million revenue line.
Okay.
We did have.
So these would have been new lines,
These would be new lines.
which is why I can't find them in the book.
That's correct. The revenues and
That makes sense.
expenses are not.
Okay.
However, so a recommendation is to try to, our increase would be $2 million worth of capital equipment bonding. So if you leave that revenue line in there and put, take the revenue line out, then you would have to take it out of the capital. Vice versa, leave that in, we show an additional. That was a recommendation just to show that, put revenue into the 101 fund. Wheel tax, we really need to show a transfer out to the segregated fund of wheel tax dollars, otherwise your revenues will match your expense. So, then to make it balance, we have to take $2 million worth of expense out. If you're gonna leave the revenue and expenses, then we have to take
Is that what the plan B was? I mean, obviously, we didn't come into this thing blindly thinking it would just fly through. I mean, so there must have been a backup plan in case it was pulled. I can't imagine the mayor's gonna come forward and say, here's your 55-cent mill increase. That, I mean, he must have done the homework and had the backup plan in case this didn't work. And if you have that, now would be a good time to propose it.
it was really one-time money that was put into the budget without the expenses. And then when we did some additional work with the mayor, especially so we could be prepared for an alternative to that revenue line got pulled in. To try to get the budget to what we had been in the past.
Alderman Nennig?
I'm not sure that I completely understand it either. I kind of agree with Alderman Slotnick there.
Your head's spinning too.
Are in the calculations, Diana, that you did for a mill rate, is that assuming that all of those items will be shifted to bonding that you've talked about?
Not at this time, because you had not taken any action on it. So that is showing a $1.9 million increase in the levy based on your action. And that's how we got from 907 up to 940.
Okay, I guess my follow-up there would be, I know you said that we're under IRP by 230,000. How are we relative to the levy limits?
The levy limits, we have capacity. Andrea, over at the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, we have capacity that we have not been using for the last 5 years. We have not taken a mill rate increase. We have up to $6 million worth of a debt. We have the capacity. What happens for debt is a subtraction next year. However, right now we would need about $1.5 million worth of debt to get to this mill rate, to this levy. Next year that's a subtraction. However, we have about capacity about $6 million. So again, a lot of time would be yesterday to better understand it. In the past, we haven't needed it, so you haven't had to discuss it. But we have had that capacity in the past to raise our mill rate. I mean, we have raised our mill rate, and we had that.
Okay, I guess, I think we've gone through the expenditure side of the budget and, the revenue side as much as we can here. I guess I would appreciate if we could get a summary or an analysis of it before the council meeting. So I know I would like to understand it better, and I think others on the council would as well. Just kind of an analysis of where we are with everything that's been done here. I don't need it now, but before the council, if we could.
We had a bunch of 2 and 2s.
So we
Something in the past.
We do always do a one-page recap.
Okay. Thank you. I may stop by and ask you some questions on it, okay?
What would we have to do tonight, like in the next 10 minutes, to try and find where in this book of numbers we get the extra $2 million from the wheel tax? And you're saying capital equipment, but I mean, some of that capital equipment life is it doesn't have a 20-year life, that you're not going to move all of that to bonding.
Well, bonding could be done for 7, 10 years. Correct. I know what you're saying.
I guess I'd like to leave the room tonight with something that's makes my stomach feel a little better about presenting to the council as a recommended budget. And I understand there'll be work done at the council as well, but I'd like to bring them something, because where we're at is not, it doesn't look like we did any work, despite all of the work that staff has done sitting through this whole thing tonight, and 11 of the alders were here today. So I mean, everybody's put this effort in, and I know that this budget's been getting worked on for months. So if I could ask for like another 10 to 15 minutes here, and we can come out of here with some actual answers that we can understand, that would be awesome.
I guess the only comment I want to say is when all the numbers up, we came up with a mill rate of $0.96. $1.11% increase, you have about 11% percent. So I know there was a lot of questions, and I'm not always happy when the mayor has cut revenues expenses. But all that work had been done to get this budget to be back to a mill rate. We needed $1.8 million put back in the budget, and now we're looking at $2 million. It was a % increase to stay within our expenditure restraint.
Okay.
I don't know. Like you said, we have been working on this for months. I'm not sure where there are.
Diana, this wheel tax probably fell 3 times on the floor. I'm trying to get a grasp of why you and the staff and the mayor decided to run with it when it's failed so many times to put us in this position we are now.
He thought that it was approved, and if there was some modification of the sunset date, some other slight modifications, that there was a chance to get through on another. And that would maybe get one more vote on what that he put in, because that's what he thought he had heard.
Alderman Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Diana, did I hear you correctly, and maybe you misspoke, but did you say it was meant as a one-time fix?
That's what I said. Early revenue to be brought in the expenses to come to follow later.
Because the wheel tax is only meant for those predetermined items, and they're nowhere in the budget. And like the Bay Beach Fund, everything goes in the little pot, and everything comes out of the little pot, and we just kind of leave it alone. That's what this was going to be, the little pot for the wheel tax. Everything goes in, everything comes out, but we had everything coming in, but nothing going out.
That is the kind of the clarification that came through in the last week or so, that all those programs typically don't run through the 101, so we should not have put the revenue into the 101, because all of those programs typically run through the 401. Or it's separately contracted. So
But what you're saying is if we were to put the 2 million in its own little fund with expenses, we would now be short 2 million, because it would be.
that's the situation we're at right
So really, what was presented to us tonight, not kosher. I mean, that $2 million is revenue being used for things other than it was intended. It was meant only for wheel tax items, for roads, and instead, there are no expenses for that. It's only being used to help prop the budget up.
That is kind of why the recommendation at the end of Mayor's presentation was to now make a modification to reduce capital, push it to.
Well, I think this should go back to the mayor's office to reflect that. We shouldn't have to do that. If the mayor wants to put off all the capital expenditures and bonding, send it back to bring it back for an accurate reflection. It shouldn't be on us. Thanks.
I did have one question, just to follow up on what Alderman Weary had said before. Where typically is the revenue line on assessments?
It's in the 401 fund, which is not part of our. The expenditures are all go through the 401 fund, and then all the revenue is captured for the assessments in the 401 fund.
All right. Okay. So our options here is to approve this budget as it's amended and present this to the council. We could refer this budget back to the mayor's staff for more work as amended. That's another option. But Alderman Scannell?
I would rather wait till council to, if we're gonna send it back, I'd rather we did that at council than at the committee. And, I mean, I voted for the wheel tax. I favor the wheel tax. I'd like to make that argument. I'd like to have that argument out at the full council. And then if it doesn't fly, then we can address it then.
But it's not a wheel tax.
Well,
It's wheel tax, but
we can work that all out at the council. We got a little time yet. And if it's not, it can go back. Or even, whatever. I would rather that we just went forward to the council with this. And, we're going to have to, we usually work it over anyway. And I think with the wheel tax and everything else, we just need more info. We got to figure this out. And then I'd rather send it back to the mayor from council than from committee. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you, Alderman Scannell. Alderman Vanderleest, do you want to go back to your constituents with 55-cent mill rate increase? I was going to ask if you had some comment, because you've been kind of sitting back watching this most of the night, and I'm actually really curious to see what you have to say.
My thought is that I think the whole process, we should look at balancing our budget. We have a problem here of overspending for the city of Green Bay, and if we balance our budgets, we wouldn't have all these problems, for number one. I don't feel that a wheel tax is going to solve all our problems. The sentiment on the wheel tax, a lot of the constituents, if you do a survey, are not in support of a wheel tax. To me, it's not good government. We're trying to overtax. That's my opinion. And if we looked at balancing our budgets, we take in over 100 and I think it's what is it 101 million, 102 million. We don't ever look at living within our budgets, and whatever it takes to live within our budgets, I think it's good common sense. And it's easy to overspend, but just like a lot of programs that we have going with the TIFs and different things, the city of Green Bay has a cash problem. We don't have enough coming back to the general fund that we can fund all the things that are going on right now. I know it takes a lot of money to run the police and the fire and Department of Public Works, and I take my hats off to them. But we have to look at what we can really afford. And I think if we got more on the lines of being very close to what we take in, and then look at it that way, that's what we can spend. And, we've done a lot of things. We have almost a $200 million debt, or maybe it's more, I don't know. So we have a lot of debt that we have out already. And, we have to pay for those things that we've done in the past. And going forward, I think we should look closer at balancing our budgets, seeing what we can do to be very close to what we can really afford. And that's where I sit. And, a 55% increase, 55-cent increase on the taxes. You take a lot of your business and your homeowners and what have you. You talk about, it all comes into play as far as what the bottom line is. We have to support our schools. And, a lot of the money that's never touched for years and years that are on the TIF programs, it affects the school system, NWTC, it goes right on down the line. And it affects the cash that we have to deal with now. And we don't have that cash. So that's why the city's having so many problems. If you look at, what we're short, we're always short. And there's money there, but we're not able to tap into it for years and years. Some of the TIFs are out till 2037 and farther. If you look at all the money that's out there, it's huge dollars. It's dollars that we could use now. That's where I have the problem as far as staying within our budgets. And that's what I think we should be doing as a council. And if you talk to the average person on the street, debt can be a crippler. And that's kind of where we're at right now. In other words, we've got a lot of debt, and we've got a lot of expenditures that we have to give out, and that's why we're short on all our budgets. I'm not talking about anybody's salaries here or any of that.
Sure. I think it's easy to say.
But I tell you,
it's really easy to say. We've been
it's sound advice. It's sound advice if you look at it from a business perspective. If you had a business manager in here, somebody that was very close with the dollar, I'm not saying anything about our director over there or anything like that. That's where the difference comes in. This is what we can do. This is what we can't do. And if you follow a business plan, that's what you have to set forth. And
we went line by line through this budget book and made, some cuts in some places and got explanations on other things, but you didn't really offer anything to cut. To live within your budget, you have to cut. What did you see that was so obvious that's going to get you $2 million?
Well, I think we'd have to definitely do a complete analysis of each department and, where they would, how we do business. We'd have to change how we do business. That would be the thing. In other words, how we do the business today. In other words, you have to look at the numbers. You have to look at the numbers, and this is what we can afford, and this is what we can't. But, you might sound far out, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty close on target if you run a business. You don't let your business get way too far in debt, and you want to be able to pay your bills. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Alderperson Dorf.
So I want to go back to what we were talking about. Okay. Okay. We were talking about the 2 million, right? So I look at page 122, and so city equipment, that line 55130, that's $2,244,140. Is that the equipment then that we're going to flip over into bonding? And is that where that 2 million is going to come from?
Director Grenier, you gave us an explanation of that before. I don't know, are you able to just kind of explain that one again? If you don't mind, that was the city equipment.
Like, is that where the 2 million comes from?
I can start answering it, but yes, out of
Sure.
the 2 million, what we're recommending is to have about 1.2 million come out of that line. And that is five large pieces of equipment, including 2 garbage trucks. And then there are also some of the other equipment that's fire, parks, various departments, and then then we would take the additional 800,000 out of those, budgets.
Right.
And move them to bond.
So isn't that the answer of where the 2 million is going to come from?
Yeah.
That's kind of the.
So now we're
isn't the
referencing
answer?
back to this and moving these certain items into bonding, this list that I've got, that's
But right, but isn't that
$1.2
how
million out of that.
And then the 2 million becomes in that, if we have a wheel tax, it becomes in that wheel tax fund. Because we've taken out here, so then the 2 million is in the wheel tax. That just makes sense. It makes sense to me that it's all going to even out, but maybe I'm not seeing it right.
I think you're right. So if I just take this and we reduce these items right now, we make a motion, reduce these items by this total amount, that washes us out.
That was our recommendation that came up after the budget book was,
Okay, so this could be done, we could do this right now.
correct. You take the revenue out or you leave the revenue in, put a line out of the $2 million in there for wheel tax, and you show a line item for 2 million transferred out to a wheel tax. Either way, you have to reduce your expenses by 2 million. And that's where we recommend this line item 1.2 out of that city equipment usage, and then 800,000 out of various.
Thank you, Alderperson Dorf. And thank you, Diana. So hey, there's a few amendments I'd like to make to the budget.
Oh, Bill has something.
I'm sorry, yes, Alderman Galvin.
Closing in on my second budget, since I got elected, it's been a interesting experience. But what I failed to hear from anybody here is, how do we solve the biggest problem that's been expressed to all of us for the last 2 years? And that's our crumbling roads. I keep hearing about everything else but that. We don't like the wheel tax. All right, great. You don't like the wheel tax. How do we raise the money to get the road problem fixed? Our roads are crumbling at a rate of about every 25 years. And at the rate we're repairing them, they're getting fixed about every 50 years. So, I mean, you don't have to be a super math whiz to figure out that's about 25 years past their due date. And again, not one person on this council, other than those proposing a wheel tax, has put any kind of a suggestion forward on how to solve this problem. And this is, I don't think anyone here can say that anything else other than what they've heard, that this is the biggest problem the voters have been telling us. And I'm looking to you guys, as you sit there and you cut this thing apart, and you know, where are we going to make up the money and everything else? Where are we going to get the money to improve our road system? And this doesn't say anything about even the storm sewer issues that we're facing. And as Alderman Vanderlee said, our debt is growing. We've got a police department / fire headquarters to look at in the next few years. But no one's offering up anything. They're just saying no to the wheel tax. And I don't know what you're telling your constituents. I've been telling mine that I've been voting for this wheel tax. I've had a lot of them talk to me about it. Many have said they're not for it, but after we've sat down and I've talked about the numbers and what's involved and how it works out, I've changed most of their minds. So again, I'm asking all of you guys here, I mean, all of you, what's your solution? What's your answer? Or are we going to keep kicking this can down the road till we're not elected anymore and then it's someone else's problem? Or we get a new mayor who comes up with a new solution other than a wheel tax? I'm serious. I said last year, you know, we used that $1 million to offset the budget that we screwed ourselves. And again, we've painted ourselves in a corner and we keep painting ourselves into a tighter corner. And, you know, I'm all ears. I'm open to suggestions, folks. You know, you can wait till next week. We can argue about this wheel tax thing and whatever. It can fail. It can go. I think it's the answer. If someone's got something better out there, I mean, if you got something better, I will certainly listen to it. And if it is better than what we have right now, I'll support it. But other than that, I'm just hearing crickets when it comes to how do we solve some of these major infrastructure issues facing this community. Thank you.
Alderman Steuer?
Thank you, Chair. Well, Bill, I think we've all mulled this over for quite some time. I mean, I got roads that are bad in my district as well, but, you know, I think one of the issues that I have is that over the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years that we have not really budgeted monies into road repair. I don't think there's any city in Brown County that has a wheel tax right now, and I understand, you know, Alder Vanderleest was looking to the state, you know, to try to do something, or the federal government. I mean, I think there's hope. It's like, oh, please, somebody come to our aid, and it doesn't seem to be working. I mean, in the past, when we've had large projects and we needed to work on it, we looked at bonding. You know, it's maybe not the perfect solution. I agree a little bit with on the TIF situation as well. TIF is important to help develop communities, but what happens is you have an impasse when you have 10, 12, 14 TIF districts and you don't have that money coming in. So our hands are tied on a couple different ways. This is a tough one. I think at first blush, it's split in my district. You know, half, some want it, some don't want it. The special assessments, that's a pain. I think it's terrible at times. I would, you know, without, you know, I'd like to do some more research on it, but I would like to see us consider bonding for it and just moving forward from now on and just say we are putting X amount in our budget each year for road repair. We can't go back, we can only go forward. It's not gonna happen overnight, but.
That was brought forward to your committee. I was there, I brought it forward, and turned it down. We asked you to commit to bonding X amount of dollars a year for increasing the road resurfacing, and that was turned down. That committee.
To finance.
Yep. Because I remember, who was it? Someone asked me, how would you make up the difference? I discussed several different things, but.
Well, I'd be willing to really look at that again.
I'm sorry, yes, Alderman Scannell?
I'm done for now.
Well, and I'm not sure bonding is the magic bullet either. I mean, I believe Alder Moore here is about ready to make a motion that we remove those items and bond for them, which would then take care of our hole that we're in here for this year's budget. But you can only do so much bonding. I mean, that increases, talk about our debt. I mean, our debt's been going down. That would increase it considerably, and it also is factored into our next year's IRP. So you're just boxing yourself in more, I think. You can do some bonding, but if we're going to be bonding these items here, and then you're going to try and bond more for roads, and I think I'm not so sure that's going to work. Just something to think about.
Thank you. Further discussion? I have found a few things here. Thumbing through the book, trying to find and match these all up, but I'm not opposed to moving these items over tonight. And if we sit on the council floor and we pass a wheel tax, and then we've got $2 million to spend. And at that point, we determine where we want to put it and what we want to do with it and how we want to spend it, whether we want to bond for it, whether we want to add it to the budget, and what we want to add to the budget. Fine. And if the wheel tax doesn't pass, at least we're coming forward with a budget that is reasonable. And yes, we are kicking some costs down the road here by bonding for capital equipment purchases, but the things that we need, and they're not things that I want to withhold from the departments that have already stripped themselves bare. So I think by making these motions tonight, it gives us here another week to see if we want to figure something out. Yeah, there's proposals to bond to fix streets and borrow more. We've made some moves. We stopped the surveys. We've tried to get the right equipment. I mean, we've got the extra money in the budget now for sealing and doing some preventive maintenance. So I wouldn't say we've just been sitting on our hands. by any means. I think you can go to your constituents and you can tell them the things that you have done. And yes, the wheel tax maybe didn't pass, but we were able to do all these things, keeping a mill rate reasonable without adding, a $20 wheel tax. And look, I support the wheel tax. But if that's the concern when you're out knocking on doors and people say the roads stink, I think you've got something you can tell them with this budget, regardless of what we do with this equipment right now. So, I don't know. So, Alderman Nennick?
Well, I'd just like to make a couple of comments here. I've worked on budgets a lot over the years, and this is probably the most difficult one I've ever seen. And, I've learned some things about budgeting in municipal government over the years, and, probably the key is that you have to look at things long-term. You can make short-term decisions and say, oh, I didn't raise tax rate for 5 years. But gosh dang it, when your valuation, which funds the primary part of your budget, doesn't go up as much as your expenditures have to, you got a problem. Eventually, it's going to catch up with you. When your state shared revenues don't go up over a period of years, you're going to have a problem eventually. And I think we have to look at things here long term, and frankly, this is going to be a hole to dig out of that's going to take more than 1 year. We're not going to solve this overnight, and we've been getting into this. I mean, look at the history of budgets versus the tax levies that we've had over the years, and we should have increased a little bit every year so that our budget is in better shape. But here we are. You can't expect the state or federal governments to bail us out of this. I think we need some really disciplined approaches going forward, both in spending and in revenue decisions. You can talk about a big tax hike here this year. Well, maybe it should have been a little bit every year for the last 5 years. And we'd probably be in much better shape. I supported the wheel tax when it came to our committee. There were some things that were kind of frustrating about this whole thing, and I don't particularly like the way that was proposed here. When I supported this before, it was basically because I reached a conclusion that we have a problem with the infrastructure in the city, and what's the solution? Is a fee increase of $20 a year per vehicle, is that a better option than having our roads continue to decline and our other infrastructure continue to decline? And I think it is a better solution. I wasn't real happy with the way this came out because here we had the $2 million of wheel tax revenue that was basically put in here to help fund our operating budget. And frankly, if anybody thinks that this can sunset in 4 years, I think that's really misleading. Once you eliminate special assessments and you get dependent on that, that process, that source of revenue, to fix your roads, I think it's a better thing. But to think that that's going to sunset somehow in 4 years, that's a dream. I just don't see that happening. I know the mayor put that forward. I suspect there was a lot of hair pulling in the process of doing that. But, this was before our Improvement and Services Committee, I believe 6 times within the last year, on 6 agendas within the last year. And it was on the agenda of a council meeting. And, you know, I didn't hear the mayor talking about about the wheel tax and whether he'd support it or he wouldn't. I don't think he was at any of our committee meetings. So, you know, here we are trying to do committee work on the floor of the council. I think it's important if we do something with a wheel tax that everybody's real clear what that money is going to be used for. And I think if citizens know that, you know, that we have no other alternative and that there is something positive going to come to the whole community by doing it, I think my constituents, you know, will support it. Not everybody. You know, there's nothing that we can do here that's going to satisfy everyone. But you know, the problem with bonding for that large amount of equipment is that what do you do next year, and the year after that, and the year after that? Once you get dependent on using bonding to meet all of your equipment needs, you're stuck on it. You know, it's almost impossible with ERP limits and revenue limits and the other pressures on our budget to back out of that. So, you know, it's kind of a situation where there's no good choice here. And, you know, we have to look at what's the best choice among the bad ones. So I think we can all think about this between now and the council meeting. I think the committee's done the best job that you can here tonight in going over this. But I think we're going to have an interesting council meeting and a lot of soul searching in the process.
Thank you. Director Grenier?
One of the comments that I've heard repeatedly, or a question that I've heard repeatedly, is where in the operating budget are the expenses that are outlined in the wheel tax memo? Every person who asks that question doesn't understand where the wheel tax sources and uses were originally intended to be from. So if you're looking in the budget for those expenses, you assume that they're in there. If you made that assumption, isn't it reasonable to think that somebody else made that assumption? I didn't put the wheel tax revenue into this budget. But if you stumbled onto it and said, oh boy, he was planning to pay out of his operating budget to do all this stuff, if a wheel tax went through, let's add that as a revenue, and we kill two birds with one stone, isn't that somewhat of a more responsible way of addressing a budget shortfall? And Alderman Galvin referenced that we were $1 million in the hole coming in. We were 2.5, folks. We took $1 million worth of the Stadium District tax money and plugged a hole, and we deferred $1.5 million worth of capital to bonding. We were 2.5 in the hole to start. We're only 2 right now.
Thank you, Director. Okay, any further commentary? Then I want to ask, if I make these amendments now, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different budget amendments that are outlined on the summary that I asked for, that you gave me. This offsets $2 million. These items would go to bonding requests. But we have options on 7-year, 10-year, 20-year bonds.
You have 1 year.
And even 1-year notes. So I think that I'm going to make these motions. Alderman Duane, I'm going to need you for some votes, but I'm going to make these motions. And I'm going to ask staff, with the capital equipment that is in here, to summarize the item and the life expectancy, and get those items to the council so we can determine when this goes to bonding, what can we do as a 1-year bond, what can we do as a 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 20-year. And look, it's the most responsible way I can think to do this at this time. And I, with the most clarity, completely understand that we are kicking the can down the road here a little bit. I mean, we keep saying eventually something's got to give, but it hasn't. And we're at that tipping point now where, look, been a long time since we've had a mill rate increase. We're looking at a mill rate increase. But this at least keeps it reasonable. Last year, we put $1 million out of stadium tax fund to balance it and said, we'll deal with it next year. Here we are. And so I'm going to make these proposals. I'll do that right now. My first motion is to, on page 122, line 55130. To reduce that amount by $1.2 million. I'll just do these one at a time. That's my motion. This would be on page 122, and it's line 55130. Yep, so I got a second. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that is a $1.2 million reduction. The next item is on page 93. And the line is 55140. And my motion is to reduce this line item by $612,200. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? That was page 93. Next item is on page 107. The next two items actually will be page 107. My motion here is to reduce line 55140 by $103,220 and to reduce 55150 by $48,600. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? And page 153 is the final item. And this is line 55140. On page 153, line 55140. The recommended budget is $198,740. I propose we reduce that by $35,980. So it will be $162,760. That's my motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. That equals $2 million. Well, we did too. Is there any other discussion? So then, Diana, I understand you got a little bit of work. You've got it. So where does this leave us then?
Again, that is now a reduction in expenses of $2,076,350. And then we also have a reduction in revenues of $1,985,000.
Jonah, you're bonding for this.
So in total, the net is, we brought levy down $81,350. That brings our mill rate to 6 or 9059. 907 to a 906. Dropped it 0.2% from the proposed.
Thank you. Is there any more action or comment from the committee, from the floor? Okay, so I just want to say thank you to the committee, as well as Alderman Vanderleest. Alderman Zima was here earlier, Alderman Weary, Alderman Scannell, Alderman Nennig, Alderman Galvin, Alderperson Dorf for being here through the entire thing. I think 11 for your turnout is pretty fantastic. And staff, thank you, and I hope you understand why we did what we did. And we will work with you here as we're moving forward. So I'll take a motion to adjourn. Oh, actually, just one last thing. We need to approve the budget as amended. If I get that motion. We have a motion to approve the budget as amended.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Now I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Can I have my sheet back?
Yes. Motion to adjourn, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. All right. We get a little work.
Wow. We can do this in a week.
I think most of us have probably been making emails and phone calls and trying to get some answers in the last couple of weeks.